there seems to be a sense of either denial, and on one part, or people who think, no, it won't be, because we can't just imagine it. And because of some discussion that, oh, okay, if this happens, you will lose your property, you will lose that, and so on. Of course, that is untenable. I mean, I too was wrong on this, because if by any chance you have another state of Biafra, it will be the 16th state of ECOWAS. And that means you have free movement of goods and persons. But the fundamental question, the fundamental issue is that this debate is not happening. This whole thing is being driven almost in a haphazard manner. Last week, they called for, was that last week? Yeah, last week. They called for a sit at home. Yeah, last week. They called for a sit at home. Yeah, last week. They called for a sit at home. Viability of Biafra. Nobody is talking about what the currency will look like. How will you fare with international trade? What kind of constitution are you talking about? And Affordile forcefully argues here that the Ahira Declaration of 1969 came too late. They had intelligentsia pushing for Biafra, but there was no organized structure. That if they had done what they did towards the end of the war at the beginning, Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is people talk about this in their bedrooms and in their parlors, and then you come out and everybody is just, and so on. I'm sure it will not take long. So what I am calling is that we must, the elite, the intelligentsia, get out of the closet and let it will not take long. So what I am calling is that we must, the elite, the intelligentsia, get out of the closet and let it will not take long. So what I am calling is that we must, the elite, the intelligentsia, get out of the closet and let I too was wrong on this, because if by any chance you have another state of Biafra, it will be the 16th state of ECOWAS, and that may I too was wrong on this, because if by any chance you have another state of Biafra, it will be the 16th state of ECOWAS, and that may I too was wrong on this, because if by any chance you have another state of Biafra, it will be the 16th state of ECOWAS, and that may I too was wrong on this, because if by any chance you have another state of Biafra, it will be the 16th state of ECOWAS, and that may I too was wrong on this, because if by any chance you have another state of Biafra, it will be the 16th state of ECOWAS, and that may I too was wrong on this, because if by any chance you have another state of Biafra, it will be the 16th state of ECOWAS, and that may I too was wrong on this, because if by any chance you have another state of Biafra, it will be the 16th state of ECOWAS, and that may what the memo by elect Dr. Pius Okibo, what the memo by elect Dr. Pius Okibo, what the memo by elect Dr. Pius Okibo, And even without anybody getting out to more in force and so on, I learned virtually Anambra and many other cities were completely shut down. It just tells you there is something going on. But again, where is elite in this? What is missing is structured debate and apparent elite aloofness or complicity or hypocrisy. Elite in denial. For the politicians who elite aloofness or complicity or hypocrisy. Elite in denial. For the politicians who you're actually part of the problem. And so on and so forth. So I say let the debate must begin. The late Dr. Pius Okibo in this book as well presented what the memo by late Dr. Pius Okibo presented to the Biafran government on the economic viability of Biafra. Nobody is talking about what the currency will look like. How will you fare with international trade? What kind of constitution are you talking about? And Affordable forcefully argues here that the Ahira Declaration of 1969 came too late. They had intelligentsia pushing for Biafra, but there was no organized structure. That if they had done what they did towards the end of the war at the beginning, Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is they had intelligentsia pushing for Biafra, but there was no organized structure. That if they had done what they did towards the end of the war at the beginning, Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is towards the end of the war at the beginning, Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is Biafra would not have ended the way that it did. But what is shocking is
It's so barbaric. We really condemn the killings in Benue State.
While political and traditional rulers gather to chart a way forward, Governor Samuel Otom calls for greater action by the federal government to secure the citizens and asks the people to take responsibility for their safety.
One day, more than 20 people killed. This is not right. I'll continue to say it. But I have told my people, defend yourselves. If you need help from me, I'm ready to give you that help to defend yourself. We're no longer going to keep quiet or fold our arms again to allow these people to continue to kill us in this manner.
Although the police is yet to comment on the attack, local authorities say 16 persons were killed in Taka, while 8 were killed in Guma, the governor's local government area, with many persons now displaced.
What does everybody else? And the kind of thing that happened in Biafra, where dissent, any dissent was considered a part of it. Okay? You might get to a point where you will be telling them, just go where we can negotiate here, get something for ourselves in Abuja. I can tell you, these guys are going to, at some point, will look at you and you are actually back on. So on and so forth. So I say let the debate on begin. Let occupy also people in this book as well presented one of the main mobile letters. What kind of constitution are you talking about? And accordingly, forcefully, have done what they did towards the end of the war at the beginning. Biafra was not ended the way that it is. But what is shocking is people talk about this in their bedroom. And then you come out. And so I'm sure with the elite, the intelligentsia, get out of the closet. Look at the issue. The president in New York made a point. He said there will be no referendum. Now, and I said, my reaction to it was, oh my God. So this matter has actually gotten to the point where we are now talking whether to have referendum or not to have referendum. The moment you reach that point, it tells you that it's only a matter of. But who is driving the debate? The Neo-Zikism, Neo-Biafranism, and so on and so forth.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, dear great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra land, and today is the 7th day of May in the year of our Lord 2022, being Saturday. Today is loaded, honestly speaking. I have with me here one of us, an attorney by profession, who is going to also put clarity on the fake news that has been going on in the Nigerian media, the mischievous twisting of the reality, because this is how Nigeria rolls. They are structured to lie, nothing more. Also, I am also here with my comrade, Wada Marian T. Heather, with who I am going to discuss on religious issues, as usual, our weekly discussion about religion. The topic of today will continue being paganism. Paganism part 2. Paganism part 2. So that is it. So please do not miss this broadcast. We are also live on Radio Biafra page, Facebook page. They are not notifying people automatically. That is Facebook, it's their thing. So it doesn't matter. Please join. Don't wait for notification, because they are not going to notify you. Therefore, once again, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers in this hallowed platform. Before I continue, please let us pray.
Alone do we worship. That is why we offer him praise. That is why we offer him adoration and adulation. That is why we have come to submit all that we are today, likely to be tomorrow, and any time in the future, to the mercy and the grace of the throne of heaven. Therefore, Chukwu Okike Abiyama, Echekwa eluigwe n'ụwa ọbasi bi n'igwe nna eze onye ebube na na ngozi na n'otuto na n'ịja mma niile onye nwe nna Chineke. Anyị na-akpọkwu aha nsọ nke gị. Anyị na-erubere gị isi na-akpụ isi ala nye gị n'ihi na onweghị onye ọzọ anyị ga-efu ma ọ bụ na mmiri. Only you are we going to worship. Therefore, we present before you this very evening. We are fallible. We are blemished. But we trust in you and not in man. Therefore, this very entity, this very sceptered land that you bequeathed to our ancestors, this very place that when you were bringing us to, there was no HAUSA-Fulani anywhere to be seen, but we became so simple that the very uncircumcised, very, very Gentile, that is, the white people, British especially, they came, they pillaged, they killed, they colonized, and they handed over your children to those who don't know you. Meaning, our son, they handed us over to those people. And here we are today. We cannot even worship you properly. We are petitioning you to put Abiyama in heaven. Please have mercy upon us. Have mercy upon your children. As we sang when we were younger, please, my Lord, be merciful unto your children. This wasn't your plan for us. There was no time you created us to become subservient. Can you know who Nnamdi HAUSA-Fulani? Oh, how can your children be slaves? How can your children, your handiwork, the people that you made, how can they become subservient to those who don't worship you? Unthinkable. Is there anything that you want us to do that we are not doing? Is there any other special way to do Abiyama Binigwe? In what way have we wronged you? Are you not merciful anymore? Why are we being humiliated? Why are we being shamed this very way? We call upon your grace with every authority bestowed in us as your children to ask you to come down here to give us the courage, the strength, and the fortitude to resist this very evil that is fast advancing and enveloping your children. Never forget that we represent the light. You wanted us to bring light to this very darkened and hate-filled country. The time has come for you to make us whole once again. We have sinned and we have confessed openly. And yet, we call upon you. We have nobody else if not you. We have nobody else. And you will be chosen up in an beginning. Nobody else. We have nobody. That is why we come to you. You are not my liberty. Please be merciful. Please raise your children from all over the world, from IPOB families all over this very planet. Give them the vision, the wisdom, the understanding to discern what is to come, and to render every help at their disposal to ensure that your glory will be witnessed upon this earth, as was prayed for by your Yeshua, that your kingdom will come and your will be done on this earth. Just so Biafra can have a king. I don't want money. I don't want anything to do with wealth. I don't want to bank over. All I want is Biafra, nothing more. We are not doing anything with wealth and riches. We hijack on a bank over, absolutely nothing. All we ask for is Biafra. That your name may be worshipped, that you may be praised. Mankind, because of Biafra, will come back to me once. They will say, we did everything to stop them. But they pretend that means that they are God. And when they come to us and ask us, please tell us the name of this your God. We tell them, we do so that your name may be praised now and till eternity.
He said, Tofondo. Without taking any much time, once again, I am welcoming each and every one of you. Today is the 7th day of May 2022, being Saturday. I will bring in our brother, our comrade. Mazi, please introduce yourself first before I go on. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, Mazi Paul. Go on, please.
Yes. Yeah, good evening. Biafra, good evening, lovers of freedom. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I in recent time, just a few days ago, I've just seen what is being littered on the internet. One thing is clear.
Mazi, please, can you introduce yourself first so that I go?
Yeah. I remain Mazi Paul Achala.
Okay.
By God's grace, a lawyer in the UK. And with more interest in immigration. So, so far as the question of protection and asylum is concerned, I happen to be a very strong authority in that area of law. Those in the UK must have known me. They know my record. I've always been around, even before I got started.
Okay,
Now,
okay. Let me ask you. Yeah. The question, we see what is going on, the brouhaha, and the twisting upon twisting of the reality in the Nigerian news media about Britain or United Kingdom, putting IPOB in the terrorist list. Please, which we see that is lying, but what is your reaction to the recent UKV1 publication? Please.
Well, to start with, the UKV have not always been helpful to the struggle, but the question have always been the United Kingdom cannot go behind the human rights records of Nigeria. It's not possible. There is already a well-established, properly documented documents that indicted the Nigerian government, that indicted the police, that indicted the army. As a matter of records, the first people to have been excluded from protection globally at the present is Nigerian police and the army. The Canadian court ruled last year that the Nigerian police force, particularly those of SARS, are excluded from being granted protection. Now, so far as this issue of human rights is concerned and protection claims are concerned, there is a criteria for that. If an individual commits an offense, so he commits an offense that ordinarily would be a criminal offense in England and Wales, that individual must be excluded. But as it stands today, there's no way the government will exclude any member of IPOB for committing any crime, because the record is very clear. Since 2015 to date, this government is about 7 years. It's 7 years and heading to 18. It's heading to 8. Not a single IPOB member have been convicted of any criminal offense of any nature, no matter how small, even if it's a common assault. Much of what we hear every day is propaganda that has not been substantiated. Some will argue, some will come up and say, oh, because our leader was not around. Of course, how about those that were around? How about the other ones? Benjamin Wabubu, the rest of them who have been in Nigeria all this while. What have they done? Have their kids gone any mileage? The answer is no. The truth of the matter is that the contractor is more interested in punitive rather than seeking justice in the case. Because if you go for justice, it means Mazi Nnamdi and all those thousands, if not millions of those detained illegally across various detention centers around, is likely to be acquitted, because much of the raids, much of the torture, much of all these things will all count towards their case. Have you asked yourself how come they are struggling to put up a charge and all of? So there is no, the Nigerian media is actually the Buhari administration is trying to do a dirty job. They are trying to, but of course, the whole thing actually backfired on them clearly by UK reacting officials to misleading report. So far as this case, so far as the report is concerned, it's not always helpful, but of course the lawyers will always have to find their way out of those unhelpful parts. But at the moment, there is nothing damaging, but again, as a lawyer, I have to say, we must be careful with our words. For example, I'll tell you something that all of us, that self-defense is a natural right. Self-defense is natural, even if it's your son or your daughter that you want to hit. You see him or her raising his hand, isn't there? So it's natural. Self-defense. We must insist on self-defense at every time, any time it's needed. We must defend ourselves from harm, from any aggression. We must defend ourselves from those who they've already been indicted by Canadian court. They've also been indicted in the UK court. They were also indicted in Nigerian court recently by the team led by a lawyer to my court. Did a wonderful work in Omaha, where the court, their own court, clearly declared that the invasion of Mazi was house in September, in around September, October 2017 was illegal. Now, it's supposed to be rolling within the hierarchy, within the military and police hierarchy, but nothing is happening. What it shows actually is that the government in question approved massacre of our people. So regardless of what it shows, the government actually approved the agency to act illegally. And that's why nobody has no reaction from the police authorities, no reaction from the army, no reaction from the almighty president. So that is the question.
Before Mazi, sorry, before you continue, there is something you said that I will also want you to stretch a little bit, because you struck a nerve.
Okay.
You know, in as much as the Nigerian media, twisted what Britain said. Now, you said something. You said, how come no IPOB family member has been convicted? Even one person in Nigeria, even where they are shouting, oh, IPOB is proscribed, the proscribed. They are shouting it. Even to the extent the Nigerian mainstream media, they are as if they won a trophy. But there is a very, very pertinent question. How come that no single IPOB family member that has been arrested has been convicted in the Nigerian courts? Now, please, I want you to stress it a bit so that our people will, because it's another view you know, you opened another thing. Please go on.
The point is that the contraction is not interested in the injustice, because they know that the case, when they try to move further from arrest to charging, they need a brick wall. That brick wall is the judge will have to ask questions. The judge is sitting on a case. They have to ask questions. Where did you get this man? What did he do? How come? Etc. So that's the problem. So they are afraid of their own court because they know that they are not saying the truth. They are afraid of their own court. Okay, put it this way. They spent only heaven knows how much to go to as far as Kenya to monitor our leaders, whatever thing they spend, they bring him back to Nigeria illegally. What's the word? Illegally. Eventually, we put down 15 charges. Just within 2 months, within few months, that 15 charges is gone. Are you telling me that the lawyer that drafted that didn't pass through Nigerian law school? What are you telling me? So the truth is that the system is not interested in justice. They are more interested in intimidation, in harassing people, humiliating people. Possibly, if they find a way, they might studentize the person as well. So only heaven knows what our people are going through, and that's why we must remain vigilant. We must always be vigilant and always try to locate wherever they are to make sure that we try to locate them. Once we locate them, make sure you alert the legal to those that are involved. I must commend the efforts of our lawyer Jimako, and others who have been doing wonderfully. They have been doing wonderfully well. And anybody trying to query their integrity or trying to query them somehow, always be skeptical about that person, because this thing remains a formidable team. They've maintained a certain standard since 2015 today, and I don't think it's right for anybody trying to raise questions about them. Listen, I've worked with each and every one of them at different levels. There are things I may not say, but there have been issues. There have been several issues we've worked out, but I can tell you that we have a certain team.
Okay, Mazi, let me also ask you this. What do you have to say about, just like even yesterday, I read a news headline where the so-called elders, the Igbo elders or the Biafra elders, so-called, that they are begging the presidency to grant pardon to Mazi Nnamdi. That word, pardon. And I was really pissed off. So, what do you have to say about it?
The truth is that I respectfully disagree with that word, pardon, because they've committed no crime in the first place. But again, let me leave it to the point of maybe, this is grammar. English is not our language. Everybody tries to use it as between this thing or that. You understand, as you find comfortable. But I respectfully disagree with the word pardon, because they've committed no offense. And for you to talk about pardon, you must have secured conviction before talking about pardon. This is a typical case of a classical case of kidnapping somebody from Kenya, and some abducted from their homes while they are sleeping. Some picked up somewhere, somebody going to buy a Kanu for his daughter or something. You pick him up on the street, lump him up, dump him in the prison, and then you turn around and say, pardon him. Pardon him for what? What did he do? You see what I mean? Pardon him for what? For you to talk about pardon, that we must have established an offense and convicted the person on that offense. You then can then talk about the pardon, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, it's simple. You must have established a case, must show that case to a logical conclusion. And then somebody can then say, please pardon our son. The question really, while I agree with them on the political solution, which is something our leader have already agreed to, which is referendum. Referendum is a political solution. That is a political solution, because everybody will have a field there to tell our people where they want to belong to. If you want to, you can go to your village to say to them, vote for Nigeria. While I go to my own village and say, vote for Biafra. I think so. That's a political solution. So we should all appreciate that we all agree. Our leader accepted political solution, which is okay for us. It's referendum, and we should all accept that referendum is a political solution, because everybody will have opportunity to decide to vote according to his or her conscience.
Okay, now
Is it?
Okay, go on, finish up.
Is that not political solution, isn't it, my brother? That's what I wanted to ask. You see, not
it is.
You all have to go there. You may see a papa campaigning for Nigeria, and you see a son campaigning for Biafra. That's politics.
Of course it is. It's a political.
And of course, you see why they are worried. Why they are worried? The reason why they are worried is because they've treated us badly. If they've treated us so well, let's go to the ballot box. If they've treated us so well in Nigeria, if you put it the other way around, if that's a way there's a position you occupy in your family, and if you just do like this, your family will worry, because they know you've been fair to them. But there's a way you'll be behaving. Even if you are angry, nobody will look at your face. So, because they treated us so badly, and that's why they are afraid of referendum, because they know that the referendum will be 100% in favor. They are aware of that. So they already know the result, even before going to Chinedu. That's why they are resisting, and that's why they are trying as much as possible to incriminate the struggle, to actually end the struggle with criminality. They are trying their very best to end the struggle with criminality, and this is where common sense comes in. And I have to say the DOS under Chinedu is doing wonderfully well, because they are always ahead of them, trying as much as possible to distance themselves from their plan. People need to understand what is called covert operation. If you go to all this in Middle East, you see where Britain is showing their strength in covert operation. You see some of them. There are some Brits, you may not know. There are some Brits in the Middle East fighting as ISIS, fighting as all sorts of things, fighting at the same time working for their people down. So when somebody is telling you, I'm hardcore, I'm moving ahead, even if you say to me, stop, I'm going ahead, what that person, he may not be with you, even though he's proving to be one of the strongest man pushing. He may be working for somebody, because that particular action you are trying to take is not beneficial to you, to the struggle or to our people in the long run. So whatever thing you are doing, you have to be very, very careful that the game is highly technical. It's a highly technical game. And because it's a highly technical game, it requires sense, strong sense, and discipline, and humility to be able to win. God forbid, if the leadership was not alive to their responsibility, this particular propaganda was in a position to succeed. The reason being that if all their plots, if they had fed into those traps, that nothing will stop UK from doing their bidding. But the leadership has always been very clever, and the 10 poles ahead of them in this game. So they are in our own territory. Their own territory is really committing crimes and killing and massacring people here and there. But when it comes to real things, the real deal, which is the diplomacy, the real intent, we are ahead of them. I've so far from every indices, we are ahead of them. They are free to bring in people pretending to be whatever they are, but we know who we are.
Okay. This brings me to this. You know, you have said it, the position of, some infiltrators that we are used, or we are commissioned or contracted to destroy IPOB from within, which they failed. It brings me on to even one tweet or what they are saying. Because when IPOB leadership gives an order, they try to confuse the people, giving a counter order in order to destroy loyalty and discipline. So, you have said something about it anyway, but I want you to just use another 2 minutes to also hint more on the need for loyalty, because some people might be doing something not knowing that they are being manipulated into doing it. They are ignorantly doing that thing, please.
Yes. Well, let me start with people need to understand the concept of covert operation. People need to understand the concept of covert operation. Somebody could be used innocently in a covert operation. All you need to do is to come in and say, don't you know that Chinedu said this about you? You pick up that lie. You move straight away against Chinedu. Chinedu then, without even say, what did I do? From there, what they have started. Did you understand? So how did it happen? Somebody just manipulated you. Very simple. Now you see how some of these things are working. You see, first they attack Director of Finance. From Director of Finance, they move. From there, they are moving gradually, and this is where we are. Now, why on earth would somebody attack Nnamdi? Why? For what? She is not only accountable to IPOB, she is also accountable to German government. So she's not just accountable to, she's accountable to German government. Let me say that to everybody. So it's not like maybe in the zoo where you just come and do things anyhow, whatever you like, you do it without question. No. Every penny she tries to do, she must justify it. She justifies every penny. Like she will go and put me anywhere. She justifies every penny. So those sitting somewhere and throwing questions left, right, and center, they are talking absolutely rubbish. Even though it may make sense to somebody sitting idly somewhere, it may make sense to him. But to people like us with some certain privileged information, with idea of regulatory regime in Europe, we know that those questions are rubbish. They cannot stand a second of cross-examination. Okay? So let's move ahead. Okay, for example, look at it this way. That same man is telling us, people should continuously shut down their businesses, everything, every Monday. But then quickly come up to say to people that they should go about their normal business. When the man, whoever that is there in our sort of that committed a crime actually that we are protesting against is going to have a lunch in a state. What does that mean? What does that mean to you? It means all that he's been going for is not after, he's not interested in the man. Because the truth is that even if we've been sleeping and we hear that the man is coming anywhere near us, that is a time for us to show our strength in terms of civil disobedience. That is a time. And that is the time that he's even weak to react. Because if we show that, he cannot do jack. Much of us, we should have deployed everything within our arsenal, civilly, to show him that yes, we are truly in charge of our area. That is how to do it. When we did it in Imo State, we saw the impact. So why can't we repeat the same thing? Why is somebody going around tweeting and trying to discourage people? It shows you, and then it's not for, how can you say it's not for release? This is an opportunity for him to witness the protest firsthand. That was a huge opportunity. And he saw it himself. That's an opportunity for him to witness the protest. So whatever you are doing, that in Southeast or thereabout,
in the East, Mazi in the East, Mazi in the East, not Southeast.
Whatever you are doing in the whatever you are doing in the East, thank you very much. Whatever you are doing in the East, and he is not affected in any way, that is not of his business. But when he is there, it's better that thing happen in his presence, in his face. You slap it on his face. For example, a good example was in Imo. He had a test of it, and that is the main thing. So how are you telling me that boycotting his visit will not impact on him? It will be done on him on something. Okay, if you say that is not impactful, how can you then possibly say that every Monday that we close our shops are affected? Is he in a shop in Otu? Can you say that he has a shop in a main market or in an area or anywhere around us? No. The only opportunity for him to have a test of his own medicine was that on this visit. That is the only way to show him that. So if somebody trying to argue the other way around, my suspicion obviously is that somebody is working for somebody and somebody is trying to prove to somebody, I'm in charge. Don't worry. I'll disorganize that. You won't be affected because I'm in charge. That's the language.
Thank you, Mazi. Let me now, finally, what is the legal implication of this recent UK V1 reports, please? And if you can just point out the reports, just explain the reports in a jiffy, please, before going into the legal implication.
Well, remember, this report is a working document of the immigration law, and certain sections of the report was taken away. So you cannot really see the complete picture. Remember, the first one they released in 2021 got Nigerian government started shaking. They started running around. Then for making appeals to them, appealing them, then it was taken down.
The time they said that they will grant IPOB asylum in the UK, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. But remember, before that document, in UK we succeeded in convincing the judges and the court that members are entitled to protection. So from aside 2015, that have already been the case. But the point is that what you are seeing today is clear, even as it is now, as bad as the report may look like, is still a huge indictment on the Nigerian government. So whatever you think that, whatever anybody is thinking that this report is bad or whatever, but the point is it remains an indictment. They still acknowledge, the UK still acknowledge that members are pursuing a legitimate political right. They still acknowledge that. So whatever anybody is trying to, whatever interpretation I'm trying to give it, the summary of it remains that the members of IPOB are pursuing a legitimate political right. Okay? That's a very simple thing.
Which means what it entails, contrary to what the Nigerian media is has been purveying, that IPOB is not even, no matter that we don't care, but IPOB is not a terrorist group in the United States.
Yes.
Okay.
Let us understand that asylum. The concept of asylum does not necessarily mean that we want to go and give the past. No. The concept of asylum is that these people are being persecuted. That our people are being persecuted. And they are pursuing a legitimate political right. Forget about asylum or what we understand today. But the real right, the real meaning of it is that these people are pursuing a legitimate political right. And they are being persecuted for pursuing that right. That's all. That's the point.
Thank you, Mazi. I think we have had it all. You have made it clear as anatomy, in the United Kingdom. Yeah, you have made it clear. So thank you, Mazi. And from time to time, if need be, you will be coming up also in order to give legal views on issues.
I'm quite happy to that. Yes.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you. Thank you for coming here.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you.
There will remain blessed. We must continue. This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is the 17th day of May in the year of our Lord 2021. We must now continue on our normal Saturday program. But before that, just few seconds. We'll be right back.
And house. Here comes a great gathering of the king of West Africa. Amazonia, Biafra, Oduduwa, even across the entire globe, the entire world. Coming from different parts of all the continents of the world, the Brussels fell to march in great mass and in great multitude. All hail Biafra, long live Amazonia. Freedom for Oduduwa Republic. United we stand and shall never fall. With one vision and joint strength, the land of Belgium will feel the heat of this particular set of people from West Africa in 1 million freedom march in Brussels, Belgium. On the 14th and 15th of June 2022, at the European Union headquarters in Brussels, together we shall march in strength and in valor, without fear nor weakness, the march of freedom, for total freedom, by the freedom fighters. We shall come to face the reality of freedom, about the fact that one of the steps to freedom is to restore our government the way our ancestors did, and not the way our colonial masters decided. With this move, we shall let the world know from the land of Brussels Belgium that there must be freedom for the people of Amazonia, the people of Biafra, and the people of Oduduwa. March by the Abo people, Amazonia, Biafra, and Oduduwa. As an Amazonian, as a Biafra, as an Oduduwa, who truly needs freedom for your sake and for the sake of your future generations, you must defy our laws, make your way, land of Brussels from any part of the world, coming to Brussels, Belgium, to march together with the indigenous people of your land, your brothers, your sisters, your fathers, your mothers, and the entire people, to send a unified message to the world that all we need is true freedom and total independence. If there is no struggle, there. This information is coming from the office of all state media worldwide under the leadership of IT.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. Do not forget to join us live on IPUB Community Radio. Also on Radio Biafra Facebook page, please. Do not forget. Therefore, we shall go direct into the subjects of our discussion today. As usual, today is Saturday, the 7th day of May 2022. I will bring in Nwada. Please introduce yourself before I go on. Please, Nwada.
Good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans, all listeners from all over the world. Today is another Sunday, 7th day of May. You are all welcome to listen to the broadcast today. My name is Marian Chinedu. I wish you all a good listening. God bless.
There, Nwada. We must continue. The second part of paganism. Last week we discussed about paganism, the first part, and we promised to continue on that topic, paganism. It is very wrong to call ourselves names as pagans, unbelievers, Gentiles, etc. It is very, very wrong. And today we are going to also give you facts why it is wrong for us as a people, as a race, as a nation, to be calling ourselves all these very imported wrong names. It's imported. All these names, they were imported into our land. It's not original. It was not original. As I said the other time, we defined the origin of the word paganism. It's a Greek word. It's not Igbo word. It's not a Jaw word. It's not any Biafran language word, which means it's imported. So why should they import something and we carry it upon our heads in order to be destroying ourselves with it? This is very wrong. The earlier use of the word paganism, which was derived from the Greek word paganus, meaning villagers, country dwellers, was then used by the early Jews to refer to non-Jews. I said it last week and I'm repeating it. It was not about religion until the early Christian Jews started using it to refer to non-Judaism practitioners. Do you see how they quickly inculcated it? Still yet, they were referring to the non-ethnically or ethnical Jews because every Jew has Judaism as his or her culture. Do you understand? That is why we always tell you that religion is the way of life of a people. It is about a people. It's not about that individual thing. You know, the one bad thing Christianity that was imported in our land did was to divide us, to make you believe that you are alone in your race. It's very evil. This is something that we are fighting against because the thing it disintegrated us into pieces. Because they tell you also say, what? No. Are you? Why then? During the time even in the Bible, why then God killed many Jews just because one person committed a sin? One person, one of them. Why didn't He remove him? If it's an individual race, for you to understand that as from that time, human beings were being taught to live in communities. Do you understand? You know, using that religion as a community issue. It's not religion should never be individual matter. It is modernism, what they call the modern definition of democracy. You can think anyhow, you can belong to any society. That one is different. But the character of a people, the way of life of a people is inherent, is natural. Therefore, when you go against the culture of a people, you as an individual, it should be punished. It's just like the law of a country. If you commit a crime in a society, now you go to the court, the prosecutor is representing the land, is the government. A government lawyer is a prosecutor. The person that is pressing charges, that wants you to be punished, which means he is representing the government, which means he is representing the land. Sometimes there might not be direct victim, or even if the victim says, okay, I forgive the person. Now the prosecutor will say, no, your forgiveness is okay, is allowed, but this man is sinned against, or he committed a crime against the government, against the land, that is what it entails. Therefore, the charges continue. Do you see where I'm going? Which means religion normally should not be an individual. The way they put us, it is a smart, very smart plan from the colonial masters in order to do this, to pieces us. Now, as I was saying, it was not about religion. when the Jews refer, call pagans, they call other people, not Jews. Until the early Christian Jews started using it to refer to non-Judaism practitioners. Still yet, they were referring to non-ethnical Jews because every Jew has Judaism as his or her culture, whether you are practicing it to the letter or you are not. Once you are born a Jew, they call you a Judaism. It doesn't matter, even if individually, in the modern world now, you can take your decision individually. Say, I'm a Jew. Individually, if they come to if you are discussing with somebody, you say, no, I don't even believe this story, this and that. But anyway, I'm a Jew, which means you are being covered in that religion because it's your culture. You can never depart from your culture or refuse your culture or deny your culture. That is what I want to bring in here. Let me give you example. Let's because we say on things we read every day. That is from where we come. Like in the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 31 to 32. There's something he said there. Is Christ saying, therefore do not be anxious, saying, what shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or what shall we wear? For the Gentiles, do you see, seek after all these things. Who are the Gentiles? People of other ethnicity, the non-Jewish people. He's talking to the Jews. He said for the Gentiles, all those people in all the border, at your border, all those people, they do like this. This is what they do. But you yourself are special people, which means everybody, every Jew is something about race, ethnicity. I don't know whether people understand. Therefore, when he referred to Gentiles, he referred to other races, the non-Jews. Whether you as a Jew believe in him, Christ, or believe, as far as your blood is Jewish, you are being covered. You are not a Gentile. That is it. You understand? So, we should be wise. Also in the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 9 verse 21, he said, is Paul saying this? He said, when I am with the Gentiles who do not follow the Jewish law, do you see it? I too live apart from that law, so I can bring them to Christ. Look at what he said. So what I want to bring here is that calling Gentiles, when he mentioned Gentiles, is following people that are not following Jewish law. As a Jew, you cannot debar yourself from following Jewish law. It doesn't matter whether you are practical, you are practicing it, the way it should be or not. You are a Jew, you are a Jew. I want people to understand this. So that when they tell you that now, your brother that is, you call your brother an unbeliever, that is ignorance. Also, let me also give another example. In the book of Deuteronomy chapter 14 verse 2, it says, the Lord has chosen you to be a people for his own possession out of all the people who are on the face of the earth. Okay, he's talking about a race, a nation, a tribe. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. He's not talking about maybe few people in a race. No. It is the Roman conquerors that now handled and politicized this Judaism, which we call Christianity today. Now they use it to conquer people, to conquer the world. In order they will come into your country or your nation. They will take one person, convert him, now empower him financially, with a military, because let me tell you, if you study history, many of the churches that are established in our land, mostly Anglican churches, many of them were established by our own people that were slave traders. What I'm telling you, it is a fact. That are selling their own brothers. So the white man empowered them, Britain empowered them. Now tell them, okay, establish this church, so that any person that comes to the church and now become baptized, he see himself as he's a Christian. He is with the white people, the colonial, the British. Now he starts referring to his own brother as an unbeliever. Do you see how smart they are? All these things is to divide us into pieces. Normally, religion should be a community thing. It's our own thing. It's our own thing. It's not a personal race that they told you. It's lie from the pit of hell. All these things is to make us to be divided, so that you be calling your brother that is practicing our normal religion. You call him a pagan. You call him a Gentile. You call him an unbeliever. Do you understand? After all, do you know that even the colonial masters, they try to demonize the Jews, the name Jews, in our mouths. People don't know whether you understand it. That is why, in the normal lexicon, street lexicon, when you see somebody, you either call the person somebody that you think is ignorant. You call him he's a Mugu or a Jew man. What do you mean by Jew man? It's from the Jew. The same way they were talking, they took the Jews in Europe. The same way they called them bad names in order to kill them. The same way they put it in our mouths. You understand? But unconsciously we don't know it. That is why whenever you see somebody that maybe you see is a villager, an ignorant, you call him a Jew man. What do you mean by Jew man? That is the way the racism that came from the Europeans. If they can do this in order to demonize the Jews also, so that we be taking people ignorant. Have you ever researched and thought about how this Jew man come to our lexicon? No matter how streetwise or sarcastical it is, it sounds, or it is being used. But the reality is that even the colonial masters, they try to also demonize the Jews on our own mouths. That is why you call, Jew man. No, I will call Jew man. Have you thought about it? Have you thought about it? With the above quotations which I have quoted in the Bible, it is clear that religion is about the way of life or culture of a whole race, nation, or a tribe. It is not about some people inside the tribe, no. It is about the whole people. The people that are practicing this. You see the Fulani. Any person, they can say all of them are Muslims. Because they see it that if they introduce division inside themselves and say this one say professing another religion, there will be catastrophe. So they quickly acclimatize and now be going as a group, as a race. That is why they are on top. But in our own way, in our own life, in our own nation, in us as a people, the Europeans quickly, smartly introduce division through the religion, imported religion. Say no, this is a private race. Now, people that we are horrible set of people that committed crime against the land during the time of colonial masters, they will run to church. Instead of them to be punished according to the law of the land, the church will accept them. European Christianity will accept them inside the church and just baptize them and give them different name. Okafor, they will give them, says you are now Raphael. Your sins are forgiven. Now they will be calling those good people in the community that are saying that Onya Meroral or supposedly Kwala, which means punishment against what the person has done. Now that person now will start carrying Bible, wearing clean clothes and this and that, starts preaching a criminal. Do you see how things fell apart in our land? Of a criminal. Onye nara alawane ya n'ike. But because he's now supported by the British and turned because of his crime, where he will find solace in order to escape the punishment of the land, which is normal. They turn criminals now. He turned it, the British, through Christianity, they turn criminal, say you have repented. No, all things are passed away. Do you see how they have undone us? And the person will go scot-free. Now he will be backed by the military. Any person that say, hey, he stole a goat in our land, so he should be punished, the British military will kill him. And people will become afraid. Now the criminal becomes a saint in our land, and that trend has been going on till today. It has been going on till today. Wada, please, I want you to come in before I continue.
Yes, Mazi, what you're saying, or what you just said is very powerful, because this is where we have the problem. Because as it has been established through history and otherwise, that the easiest way to conquer somebody, or even to make somebody be subjected to you, is by making the person believe that who they are is not real, or they're not worthy. Once you're able to manipulate the mind, the person now can accept that you are superior than them. So this is what really the role religion has played. When they came to us and made us to believe, our ancestors to believe, however it happened, how long it took, that the religion we had on the ground, our native religion, was not good. It was something that once we bought it, all these things that are playing out were fed at that time. Because the truth of the matter is this, just like we said on the onset of this, and we continue to stress it, the truth is that no religion is better than the other. It's more important or more powerful. Because religion is a way of life of people. Now, this Fulani we're talking about, the Muslim, have they been Muslim all their life? That's one thing. Where did they come from? The Hausa they conquered in the north, they were not Muslim before. They had their own native pre-Islamic traditional religion called Bori. So, but now you don't even hear about it. It's gone. Because once the Fulanis came in through the Islamization of agenda of Usman and Fodio in the 18th century, they were able, which is what they're trying to do with us now. This is why this program is important and that people must listen. It's a gradual process. These people are so determined, they can be patient, that tenacity is something you cannot refer with ours. So now, if you talk about go to the north, only thing you will hear is Muslim. You wouldn't even know that they had their own traditional religion, which is who they are. And that is why it's like the Hausas are willing tools they are using to conquer other people. They have been moving now, and that's the same thing Christianity has done. Christianity came in, the Western used it, Europeans used it to conquer us. Because once they're able to let us drop our own philosophy, which are native religion, it was game over for us. Man, there is something that has been coming to my mind since yesterday, and I tried to do a little bit of arithmetic to make sense. Trying to demonstrate the point that no native religion, even these organized four main religions that are trading in the world today, are not superior than us. And that when we treated last week, when we are like people are saying, oh, I'm not worshiping pagan, I'm not worshiping deities, I'm not dealing with the spirit, it's only the traditional religion that are dealing with spirit. Like we rightly said last week, the names of the days and weeks are named after the God. But these are not our God. So every day we breathe, we are breathing this, worshiping this God, knowingly or unknowingly. Let's go back to our own. Our own traditional religion, I'm going straight, focusing on the Igbo traditional religion. Because that's the one I'm very familiar, I can talk effectively on it. But I can guarantee that it won't be too far from all the Biafran speaking, all the Biafran religion, or native religion. I'm talking about our four market days. Because I started thinking after last session, why is it that our ancestors had only 4 8 days, which was the way they were using to calculate the years or to chart the years. And the Europeans have 7 days. Well, like we said last week, 7 days represented their 7 gods or goddesses. In our own, these 4 days represented our 4 gods and goddesses. Okay, Eke, Ori, Ako. Again, somebody made a reference to Eke, meaning that what it means is creativity or creation. And again, I thought a little bit, I figured out that when there's a name we call Chukwuabiama. You know, I know everyone's calling him Chukwuabiama now. You won't call him Chineke kere ihe niile. When you break it down, is Chi, which is the male deity, Eke, the female deity. Chi na Eke kere ihe niile. I'm asking myself, is that the full meaning of Chineke? Because even now we call it in a way that you rhyme, Chineke. Is the full meaning Chi na Eke kere ihe niile? Having said that, another thing I went into was when I tried to calculate the number of days in a year, which is 365 days, but it began to make sense that our ancestors knew a lot more better. We need to explore it. The 4 days, which is the 4 market days, is what we call 4 market days. Then, in the Igbo language, I remember there's something we call Otu Izu. Otu Izu is 7 days in Igbo language. And all these things, they use the charting, because people mention it now, they use the charting of the moon. The moon cycle is 28 days. So now, I'm not a science, I'm a pure science, I'm social science. But simple arithmetic, man, when you multiply our 4 market days into a set of 7 Izu, what is it going to give you? 28 days. That is a full moon. That's a full moon cycle. Now, when you take this 28, and what I divided, that the way I divided it, you find out that when you divide this 7 days, which is Izu, into the 365 days, I'm going to redo my calculation. If I'm wrong, I'll come back, but I believe I did it yesterday again. Mazi, you will see that what will give you is 13 months. That is 13 months. Okay? Which is only 1 day shy of a full cycle of the year. That's 28 days a month. Now, I began to see the intelligence of our people. Because when you calculate the Roman calendar, some months you have 30 days, some months you have 31 days, some months you have 28 days. But when you apply the principle, the thing
before you continue, let me put it here. It is not what we are using today, it is Gregorian calendar. Roman calendar has 10 months in a year. Very wrong.
10 months. Yes.
10 months. So it was the King Gregory, that during his time that they calculated and found out that what the Africans calculated during the time they call the ancient civilization of Egypt, our ancestors, they got it right, because that time it was exactly 365 days making up a year. But the Romans, they were using 10 months in 1 year, which is not truth, So go on, please.
Yes, that's what. Thank you for you, Bajibolu. Man, that's what. Because when I did this arithmetic last night, my head blew up. I said, what? They were only up when you do the calculation through our 4 market days multiplied by OTs, which is 7 days. You will get 13 months, and each month will be 28 days. Man, you will only be off by. It will give you 364 days. 1 day off. And what I went 1 day, I told myself that if you think deep into it, it will be that when you have the equinox, that's when that 1 day elapses, or when you have to get that 1 day. So what am I saying? He began to tell you that even without the so-called sophisticated equipment we have today, like telescope and all that, our ancestors were in charge of astronomy. They were great astronomers. They were able to read, dissect, charted the firmament, the universe, beyond the Milky Galaxy. How did they do that? That's what I was asking myself. No wonder they were able to build all these things that are still mystery today. But somebody walked in and told us, and we abandoned all these things. The argument I was making to myself last night, Is that why we're going through some of the things we are going through? Because we have abandoned the truth. Again, like I said, no religion is more superior. But there's a reason why our ancestors were exposed to this kind of knowledge. Why? How did it work for them? How can we find out how it worked for them? That's one of the jobs I think we need to be going back to. So I just needed to bring this because what we are saying again is if we do not resist, if we do not keep our own, go back to dig out who we are or who we were, and then begin to restore it. Just like the Hausa say, nobody is talking about their traditional religion. That is who they are. And that's why it looks like whatever the Fulanis might be,
they are lost.
They are able to control them because they have made them to abandon who they are, and now they became their slaves by adopting their own religion, which is another person's tradition of who they are. So that's what I wanted to bring in for now to move forward now.
So, just as I said before, during her statement, the Romans, they miscalculated the universe. Days and nights. You know, they were using 10 months. That is why March, normally, you know, I explained it last week. March was the first month of the year under Roman calendar until it was corrected during the Gregorian time era. That is why we are using Gregorian calendar now. That is why, you know, have you asked yourself, why is it that October, but it's the 10th month, October. 8th month. October, November, December. Let me start with December. That is 10th month. Yes. Why is it that December, you know, the Ken, you can see it, this is 10. Everybody knows it. Now, it's during the Roman era. December is the last month, which is the 10th month. And it was now inculcated after adding January and February during the Gregorian era, because they found out that there is error in the calendar that was being used by the Romans. And you understand? There is a clip I used to play. One man, it's a concussion. He said it, pop and play, that the civilization started in Africa, but the West will not accept it. They don't want to accept it openly. Say the Romans, during the Roman Empire, the Romans were very stupid because they calculated the months as 10 months in a year. Until they go back to the African calculation, which is what we are using today. Now they call it a Gregorian calendar. It should be African calendar, normally. Do you see it? Now, what I want, remember we are talking about paganism. It is very wrong for you or for us to refer to our brothers, our own blood as pagans, because he's practicing our local religion. It is horrible. Let me ask you, what we do here is to stimulate your brain into making researches, to find out things by yourself. That is what our leader taught us. And that is why, once you are an ardent listener to Radio Biafra, a student of Radio Biafra, no person can engage in, factual, reasonable discussion, argument with you, and you lose. It's impossible because you bring facts. You understand? Have our people during the olden times, has there been a time when our people used to call ourselves, you are an unbeliever, or you are a pagan, or you are an infidel? They just ask older people in the villages. No, their size no. The people we take as any person that commits a crime in a land, he becomes an outcast until he will be led into the ritual of Ekwala. You understand? That is what do they call in Catholic Church? Wanda, can you help me? Onye confess me here.
Penance.
A penance. That is the penance. Any person that maybe stole one for goat as a thief, the person he did something, he committed a crime against the land, not only against the person, the owner of the goat. Because even if there are things that are in place, even if he pays for that goat or restitute it, as a thief, there are rituals to be made for him to be restituted back to the land as a normal person. Because he committed a crime not only to the person but as to the people, against the land. Do you see this thing? Because everybody is stepping on top of our land, so everybody is connected. The land connects us. Do you see? But one smart thing the Europeans did is to bring this. When they bring this religion, they say now you have to be individualistic. Once you do a thief with thief, they come to the church and say, you confess your sins are forgiven. So you don't need to do any other thing again in order to appease the land. Do you see one smart thing they have? Just believe and it's gone.
They begin to tell us now, forget about appeasing the land because there's nothing in the land. When we die, we go to heaven.
Exactly.
An abstract place, and we should be looking for what offset. But just you said something that caught my attention right now, Mazi. Yes, Emponia Merurala, which is when you have defined the land. Think about it, Mazi. When you and I, any day I live my full potential of life, my fullness of time, when I call the essence of who I am, which is the spirit man in me, lives, where does this body go? Where does everything go? It goes to the land. So that's the connection. So even when you bury, when I'm buried to the ground, my people who are alive are still have a contact with me because they step on the ground. They step on the land. That's why when the traditionalists are saying that Eluna bear me witness, because I'm still, even though I am gone, my children, my relatives, they have a communication with me by when they step on the ground that in commune with me. But they came in and detached us, shredded us from that belief.
From the land we are stepping on. They detach us
with me and separate me, and then I'm going straight to heaven, which is an abstract place that I will never know. That concept begins to make me to say, okay, there's nothing about the land. I can defy the land and move on with my life. As the writer, I don't need to, but I just did it.
That is it. You said it correctly. Because what they did is to break our spiritual backbone. As we are connected to the land, even to our ancestors in the land. Because that is why any criminal, during Mbegbuo, any person that commits a crime, they say, oh, Menaro, make it Allah. Do you understand? He committed a crime against the land. But one smart thing these people did in this imported religion, they detached us from our connections. They demonize it, say, there is one other place you will go, and there is heaven. So you don't need to, even if you're a criminal, commit a crime. What our people are talking about the land is lie. It's not good. So it's demon. It's demonic. Do you see how they did? As I was saying, our people in our tradition, we don't call ourselves Gentiles or pagans or unbelievers. That word never existed in our language. No Biafran language have this thing as original. It's imported. Why is it so? They imported it from the Greek, from their time. The Romans were the people, the Europeans were the real pagans. But now, because they took over power and they tried to hijack the Judaism, you understand, which you call Christianity. But the Jews said, no, this is not what we knew. It's not our religion you can hijack like this. You can have power. You understand? Do you know that during the Roman conquest or the Roman occupation, the Roman Empire, let me put it like that, Jews, they revolted several times. Every time they used to revolt in order to be free. They used to revolt. Let me tell you, the Jews, you see, even in the Bible, the Jews, the people were against, calling all sorts of names. Even Christ called them hypocrites. are what? Are the Pharisees. Those working with the occupier, making a living out of it. The scribes, these are tax collectors. They are collecting tax for the Roman Empire. So the Jews saw these people as betrayers. The way we see, the way our politicians are serving the caliphate, killing us and serving the caliphate. That is exactly what happened to the Jews during the time of Christ. You understand? So these people now, Christ didn't even call them Gentiles. Instead, always refer to them, say, you behave like Gentiles. Which means no matter that they are Jews serving the Roman Empire at the detriment of their people. They are still Jews, they are still culturally Jews, but they refer themselves, they are behaving like Gentiles. Do you see the difference? They are not calling them, say, you are unbeliever, you are Gentiles. No. Do you understand me? Christ can insult them, brood of vipers, this and that, because of these are saboteurs, because they attack them. The people they attack that time, these are the ones, the saboteurs of the Jews' interest, by serving their occupying force. They look at why people read even the Bible, they don't understand. That is why I say you read all this, the whole book, because you learn from it. All the old books. Why do they say they compare the highest sinners during the Roman Empire occupation of Judea? The biggest sinners seen by the Jews are tax collectors. Why is it so? These are people that call the Ikrimiki saboteurs. They will come and collect taxes from their people and give to the Roman Empire that is maltreating them. Do you see it? Is it not what is still going on today? But in that case, they were regarded as sinners. You see the word, go to the Bible. They never call them Gentiles even. They call them sinners. That is Ndimerala. Tax collectors, these are sinners. In our own language, or in our own terms, in our local dialect, we call them Ndimerala. These are the people that are serving against the interests of the people, against the interests of the land. Not that there is no word as the pagans, they are worshiping all that. No. Instead, they are committing crime against the land. These are the people. But as I said, the British, the Europeans, they smartly came in order to smash us into pieces. Now they take our criminals and put them, because they have no other choice than to convert into Christianity first and be doing the biddings of the Europeans, because they are criminals of the land, against the land. So they use them, and be even killing our own people. As of that time, now the people that are supposed to be criminals, now they come out and be telling the custodians of the land, calling them now, campaigning against them that they are pagans. Do you see how this thing rose up in our land? Do you see? Very smart thing. Now they started talking against, campaigning against our people, the people that are supposed to hold them accountable for their crimes. When you study history, you see that the first people that converted into Christianity in our land are criminals. Most of them are criminals, I should say. I'm telling you honestly. Those that are trying to run away from the crimes they committed against the land, now they see another road. They say, they found solace. Britain knew, the Europeans knew, and say, okay, I can use these people. They are the people rejected in the land. They're supposed to be punished in one way or the other. Some of them supposed to be sent into exile. Some of them supposed to maybe be sent into community work, because that is the punishment our culture used to give. Do you understand? But when they found solace in the church, in the European church, now Europe have to be, it is the advantage. They become like mercenaries in the hands of the Europeans. Now they started campaigning against our people. That is where the division started. Oh, they started calling them, oh, these are pagans. You understand? That is where all these words started. These are pagans. Oh, they are unbelievers. If you don't believe in God, now they started demonizing, using them to demonize our own culture. Very rich, pure culture. Do you see it? That is why I say, you have no single right or authority to refer to your fellow Biafran as a pagan, Gentile, or unbeliever. It is highly divisive and destructive for a race or people. You don't do it. Anything concerning us, do not allow what they wrote, what foreigners brought, in order to push you into, calling or referring to your brother as a pagan. Is highly divisive. Let me tell you this. Do you see how President Buhari, the real Buhari, I think one time he called, before he came to power, he called Boko Haram terrorists his misguided brothers. Did he call them Gentiles? Did he call them unbelievers? Did he call them any? He said, it doesn't matter, they are killing people. He said they are his brothers, yes. His misguided brothers. Do you understand what it means, really? Had it been he calls them outrightly, they are pagans, which means they are outcasts.
Mazi, you meant calling them infidels?
Yes, or infidels. But he didn't call them infidels. Instead, they will call you that is as long as you are not a Fulani man, he will call you an infidel. It doesn't matter how righteous you are. Do you see? Now, if it can be done like this, why then do we call ourselves? Because you are reading Bible. Bible says, do not have communion with unbeliever. That is bunkum. This is deception. What they use in putting scissors, knife in our umbilical cord so that things will fall apart. A whole killers. People that kill with impunity. Let Buhari call them his misguided brothers. You understand? They are his brothers. He didn't deny it. He didn't call them infidels. Because calling them infidels means sentencing them to death. You understand? But he didn't do that. He said they are misguided brothers. After hijacking Judaism in the name of Christianity, the Romans, who are the original pagans and Gentiles, started referring to other indigenous religions and tribes as pagans. This was finally mischievously inoculated into our brain. I say inoculation into our brains by the colonial masters as one of their major divide and rule tactics. Remember, not all the Jews actively practice what we call Judaism as religion, but they never call those non-practicing Jews pagans. Never. Unbelievers or Gentiles. Do you understand? They never do that. The Jews never refer to their brothers. It doesn't matter whether they are just hold on 1 second. Okay, Wanda, I hope you're back. Yes.
Okay, we're back.
Yeah. The Jews never refer to their brothers as it doesn't matter what they do. They never refer to them as infidels. They see themselves as a tribe first, as a tribe. When they just research, they were a tribe, a nation, ethnicity. Now, because their culture now, they now call the name Judaism. People from the Jewish culture. You understand? Today, it becomes an international religion because of how they guarded it. They guarded it jealously. You understand? When Roman Empire, the Roman emperors couldn't break into this Judaism per se in order to spoil it, how Bukaran had them call it Christianity. They carry their own and say, oh boy, now we be the presidents, now we be our own, now we call it Christian. They modelize it the Roman way and started using it to conquer everywhere in the world. Whereas the Jews, they kept their own culture intact, and they were killed for that. Everywhere in Europe, they were slaughtered for that, and they spread everywhere in order to run away for their lives. Do you see? They never refer to themselves as or any one of them. It doesn't matter even if the person committed a crime or did anything against the land. They never call him an infidel. Instead, there's somebody that committed crime against the land. It doesn't mean that, for example, if you're a citizen of a country, if you commit a crime, you are still a citizen. You are still a citizen, a born citizen, not a naturalized one, a citizen. Even if you commit, you are serving jail, you are still a citizen. They cannot call you an outcast, maybe a beggar, which means you are no more from you are different. No. You are still a citizen. That is what it means. But in our own case, they divided us smartly, so that you see yourself as a Christian, you see your brother as a European. Now, a British man, a white man, will become your brother more than your fellow, maybe uncle, that was Nuna Kwala, a custodian of the land in our culture. You started avoiding him, going too closer, thinking that the foreigner is your brother more than, is it not stupidity? What is it not? It's complete arrant stupidity. This is a divide and rule tactics. You understand? The Jews, they understand. Yes.
It is nice.
The Jews, they understand that calling themselves these names as pagans or unbelievers means division. Rather, the word is reserved for non-Jews. If they see a non-Jew, they call him a pagan. Direct. Not their own brother. You understand? There is reserved for non-Jews. This mentality kept them as a bunch. And that is why, after suffering conquest, deportation and destructions for more than 2,000 years, they got back to their feet and restored their lost country, because they practice their culture, which you call a religion today. If we continue practicing our culture like now, what our leader instituted, which is right, Biafra is our religion. A time will come, if we continue pushing it, it will become an international religion. You understand? We will have codes, written codes, that that is how a pure Biafran should be behaving. It's a code. You understand? Written one. And it becomes, you will see now, maybe if other people, even foreigners, can enter and start answering Biafra, where they go, what is your religion? They say Biafra. This is how Judaism came into being. From Judah, Judah. It's a tribe, a people. It becomes a religion. It's their culture. Somebody cannot be a foreigner to his culture, or somebody cannot be excluded from his culture. Being maybe a Jew as a religion, it doesn't necessarily mean that one person, they know all their cultures. Sometimes they might prevaricate. Maybe before he gave me a quaka, for example, and somebody didn't do that, which means he didn't, not everything they know, but they are still practicing their culture. That is what we are preaching here, for us to go back into our culture. There's one mistake our people used to make, or some of them. The thing, once we say our traditional religion, you see they started thinking of Igwanshi. This is inoculation, what they have imbibed in our head. Or maybe and they're using it to do audition only. No, it imbibes our way of life. The way, even when you wake up in the morning, the way you behave, the way you relate to your fellow brother, the way you salute, it's our way of life. That is what we should be teaching. One other, please go on, if you may.
You just put your tongue on something heavy. I don't know whether you noticed that. Now, Mazi, what you said something, even though it's been there, but you just brought something out now to my mind. You said, okay, the tribe we're talking about, Israel, the country we call Israel, we know it's a Jewish thing. Jew is Jew. This name Jewish came from a particular individual, one of the 12 sons of Jacob, according to the Christian Bible, called Judah. Okay? Now, Judah, when we use the word Jewish state, it doesn't mean that everybody, or even Israeli state, which is the Jewish state today, that everybody there are all Jews.
No? Yes. Yeah.
You have other tribes, tribe of the Benjamin, tribe of Issachar, tribe of this, all of them together. That's what we are calling the Jewish state today. Let's flip it to us, because this is one of the core things that are using to divide us. Oh, Biafra is an Igbo nation. No, it's not. Even in our own case, it's more unique. Because in our own case, there's no particular tribe called Biafra. So it's a universal name that is picked up to encompass us, to identify who we are. We the people. Okay? Because this is one of the things they are using. Because if we can go back to let us know that we are one people, all the states that make up Biafra, we are one people. All the tribes that make up Biafra, we are one people. If we can go back 10, 20 years, 1,000 years ago, Mazi, I can tell you that we all have the same, we were practicing the same culture of calling religion. Because even though we might have variations today, what I mean, there's slight variation. There is a core thing, the way we worship, the way we reverence, the way we behave.
Even our language.
Why we can all agree. Go ahead, you want to comment?
No, go on. I say even our language. You know, like what you said.
All started from one, and then you have variations. Even when you go to the Jewish land, if you go to Jewish language today, there are variations. They will tell you. So why I'm bringing, because you said it hit my mind. Boom. This is one of the things that you are dividing us. You hear somebody like me say, I'm Rivers man. What do you mean by Rivers man? What do you mean? Ikwere is Igbo dialect.
And he will indoctrinate Mwada.
He will say, you see some Igbo language, Igbo dialect in there. There is something an Igbo person will say, you see a component of Ijo dialect in there. We are one people. I think this is what we are trying to preach here. But when we continue to use the word religion, people are caught up in like organized religion. It's our belief system, who we have always been. That which is in our DNA that makes us to be in that geographical location. It did not come by surprise. We started from one people, and because we moved, we started diversifying, looking for land and all that. There are little variations that came in. It does not separate who we are. It does not negate who we are. That's the religion we're talking about. That is why when we use the word Biafra is our religion, it carries more weight. Because Biafra is what's going to take us to who we have always been, recognize or re-identify who we are, and move on together as a people and be who we are. Because as long as we do not go to this core thing you just lifted up today, Mazi, they will continue to use, when you hear the word religion, whether it is paganism, whether it's traditional religion, Mazi, it's the same thing. Go back and see the way we practice. The way the regional man practice, the way the river man practice, the way the Calabar man practice, whatever tribe you call them, we are all Biafra because there is something fundamental, the way of our life, even the way we eat, things we do. And our culture is the same. That's the religion we're talking about, not the modern religion. I wanted to bring that in.
Yes, and what you said about language. You talked about 1,000 years back. I laugh. I say, go back to, what they call about women riot, which is not riot. It's about women protests. Go back there, 1929 of yesterday. What language did our women communicate with that time? It's we need to make researches. It was not English because. They wouldn't go to Kotuma to translate to them what this person, a job person is saying, a job woman is saying. No. It will baffle you that they were speaking as of yesterday, 1921. The whole of Biafra land, they understand one language. I am telling you that. Because they came from both Iguacha, both Ejoland, both Efik. The whole women gathered in Aba. All of them. Now the question I are you to ask is this? Go and make researches. That time, what language did they speak? Because that time English was not rampant. Only few people could understand English. Like Azikiwe and all these politicians, you go to European school. With that time, who did one, what? Nadia, all of them. How did they communicate each other with our Efik sisters, with our Ijo sisters?
That's a good question.
How did they communicate that?
Now is one of the keys that will unravel the mystery of how we lost who we are. Mazi, go ahead.
Yes. So that is the thing, and you see like the vagabond Wike today, as he says he's not an Igbo. He's not Igbo. Only now being a presidential candidate will make him now start talking, even speaking Igbo. Now, he will train his children to tell them that, look, you people are not Igbo. Maybe now it's Wike, they remove N and become Wike. Okay. Maybe in the next, the generation of his children, they will remove N or put what do you call it? L there, it becomes Lowike. It will be sounding like maybe language from Varandapo. Do you see it?
Yeah, Willikin.
Willikin, exactly. And now that time they will not understand. That is how things change. Do you see it?
Because by then they are losing their originality.
Indirect.
They have been
Direct.
washed. They are not interested in it. They are not going back to look at it. They just keep moving forward. And this thing is changing. It's a gradual process, man. It's a gradual process.
It is. It is indeed. It is indeed. So what we are doing here in this hallowed platform is to stimulate our brains into making researches to go back to who we are. Because they have fooled us enough. They have fooled us enough. As our sister said, no religion is superior to another. Do you understand? No religion. The only thing is that people become powerful and they conquered others. That is the thing. And once they conquer others, some end up imposing their tradition on them. Look at, I saw on social media the other day. You see this Muslim festival they did. To my dismay, I saw where they say it's in Enugu. Our people, Igbos, wearing jalabia, wearing Fulani Islamic distance. And you see, this is how they will change. What they are doing is a gradual process. Gradual. Do you know? These people now, they take the Fulani as their brothers more than the Igbo that are not Muslims. Do you know that? I have had an encounter. There's one man is in Imo State.
Did you hear what this visit this bastard went and did Ebony? Did you hear? There was something I heard. The Hausa Fulani tribe gave a presentation to him how Umai has been providing things for them. Mazi, I chuckled and I cringed where I was. I said, the Hausa community in Ebony State came together through the presidential visit, and we are given opportunity to present whatever. But the so-called Ohanese were locked outside, man.
You see them, I saw them, very shameful.
Tell me the last time Buhari went to any northern state and the Igbo community were allowed to come and give a presentation. That is how we start, but I hope I did not make you lose your point.
Yes, so what I'm saying is this. Like you see people that are, under the guise of freedom of religion. I can take Islam, they convert to Islam. It is very dangerous. Do you know why? It is not that we are against freedom of religion, no. But the danger there is this. They are changing again the nomenclature of our community. Now, people that converted into Islam in Igbo land, you that is a non-Igbo Muslim, they take you as an infidel. The same mindset of the Fulani. Now they take the Fulani as their brother more than you that is their blood. So if there is a fight, they can kill you. It's an Igbo man, but he can kill you because it is, you see the Fulani will manipulate him and say, no, Islam, Quran say, oh yes, it's an infidel. Don't worry, even if it's your brother, kill him. That is the way Ottoman Danfodio manipulated the Hausas. He divided them to kill themselves. That is why we are shouting now. I've had an encounter, direct encounter, because I used to see one man, they call it Chinedu of Muslim something in Imo State. One day, I just was listening. I listened to what this man was professing on social media. I was totally dismayed. One day I scrambled for his direct contact. I called him on WhatsApp. I said, are you to be sure that he's an Igbo man? I'm sorry, Igbo. What are you trying to insinuate? The colonization, European colonization that we are suffering, the division in our land, we have not even gotten ourselves. And now we are putting ourselves into another second colonization and confusion. So that race that is finished in life. All this, I told them that day, I said, don't, if you want to cut, that is your problem. But what you are doing, posterity will remember you in a very bad way. Because all you are doing is to use, because of money and fame. The man was listening to me.
What about money?
The man was listening to me. I think his name is Uche Bulem or Webulam, something like that. The man, we spoke for more than 2 hours, and I told him, stop what you are doing. You are doing it thinking that, oh, we have the right to do. If it is all this Fulani, they will slaughter you, because we don't kill. That is why you people have the temerity in order to put us always in a quagmire because of your personal interest. And do you know that when there was one time he started warning IPOB that they should leave any person that touches the mosque in Abakaliki, that all of them will die. They will mobilize with the Fulani and kill everybody. This particular man is an Igbo man. I'm telling you honestly.
Now, who is doing the bid? Who is doing the bid for the Fulani?
The one that you see, this is, you know, when we are saying it is the one that happened.
Fighting out from every front, our people are not realizing it. Just because of whatever money they are giving him, he thinks, oh, I'm just playing religion. But the main core of the Fulanis they know what they're doing. They are using him as an instrument to destabilize, to enter, to colonize them. Because by the time the full potential of what he's doing will be here, he is gone and buried and gone. He's dead and buried and gone.
Of course.
The one that will suffer what he's doing now. But in his own, he thinks that I'm just playing, I'm just believing whatever I want to believe. You know, they're taking care of me. You know, because once you get into that's the damn danger of religiosity. Once you get into it, it's brainwashing. Even within the so-called Christian church. That is one of the questions I asked. Mazi, let's go back. You will see somebody that is of different denomination. They believe that the other person is a sinner. Because you're not worshiping in the same denomination with me. You're not serving even the same church. Even in the same denomination, because I'm not going to your own church. You want to convert me. You want me to come to your pastor. Even though it's supposed to be the same church. The same religion. The body of Christ is supposed to be one. So what am I saying here? What are we saying here? Once you get into that religiosity, you can practice because it gives you a kind of hope. But once you get into, and not everybody has the ability to practice religion without being a fanatic or practicing what I call religiosity, letting it consume you. You see the next person that is not in the same mindset, ideology with you, because religion is about ideology as an enemy. That is why religion is one of the best tools to conquer another person. Once you can get into that mindset, even your own mother, even they will something like Christian Bible, they will quote from you that Jesus Christ says, I have come to separate the father and the mother. I have come to scatter, not to build. So these are the things they use. These are the catchphrases they use. So these guys, what they're doing, I have said it one time. I know we should have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, religious worship, but there has to be a regulation whenever Biafra comes. It's going to be soon by a grace. Okay? Because this is one thing that I use and they continue to use, and it's a perfect tool to divide and conquer people. Look at the people. There was maybe the same guy you're talking about. I saw him. This one lives in Owerri. He came out one time, he was speaking, he was dressed up in this their turban. He was speaking perfect Owerri dialect. I can't even.
It's him. It's him.
I couldn't speak.
Something like that.
About that, his ancestors came like 18 something. That Igbo out of Igbo
Muslims, yes.
Say there's nothing like Igbo outside. Either you're outside or you're not outside. So this is how all this people think about what his children will be saying. And I can tell you, all his children, all their names will be Muslim names. This is how this thing starts. So in the next 2-3 generations, those children will see themselves as Muslim. They'll be ready to kill the next person around them. Whether you're of the same community with them, the same ancestral father with them, they will kill you because you do not believe in the same religion. Because religion has that
the power.
What do I call it? Feelings, emotions. That when people get into it, unless you have a matured mind, you get carried away. That's why it's so dangerous now.
That is, like as I was saying, that is the reason, when you look at it, what we are witnessing today, like all these examples we are giving. This is the way the Europeans were hunting our people during their time when they were converting our ancestors by fire, by force, using every method, taking criminals into churches, baptizing them and calling them that now they are born again, turning them against their brothers. This is exactly the same thing we are witnessing, like I was saying, about an Igbo man trying to lure others into Islam. Fulani. Now, who has the authority in Quran, in the zoo? Is the Fulani. Igbo man, once he enter into the new colonization, I call it another colonization, the masters will be the Fulani. Do you see the danger? They will be manipulating you against your own brother. Maybe as they don't drink. Now you're in a family, your people drink. Now the Fulani will tell you, you are living with the infidels. Remove yourself. We will sponsor you. We will get you an apartment. Now you will be there because you feel that, as they are drinking the cups they used to drink alcohol, you cannot, and you are a family, the same blood. They will manipulate you out from that place. From there, you start condemning what your people have been doing for millennia. Do you see it? Do you see the way the Europeans turn our people against us in the name of religion? Exactly, that is the same way. Exactly. Now, as you said, if these people that are converting, maybe because of monetary inducements, because they want to, they will be helped, they will be given money by Alhaji. I remember during the time of Okorocha, people that Igbo youth corpers that converted into Islam in Abuja. Okorocha gave them whether 2 million naira each that time. Ojo Zakalo did the same thing. These are to encourage them. They know what they are doing. They want to homogenize Nigeria. Let me tell you, to be no more diversification, because it will be easier for Fulani to control when they are at the head of the religion. They are on top of everybody. Do you understand? So now, when these people, for example, when these people, the Europeans, they were colonizing our people with Christianity, it's exactly the same thing. They turned our people against each other, calling our traditional religion, the religion they were born, our culture, now they demonize it. They demonize it. It's a ploy, division. And we cannot afford to enter into this type of second division again. Whereby, look at the pig in the creek. Do you remember when he was calling Muslims to rise up against IPOB? His fellow Muslims. Who is his fellow Muslims? If you see,
are they Biafrans? They are not Biafrans.
They are not Biafrans. It is the terrorists.
He was calling them.
Yes. Right. Boko Haram, come help me fight the Biafrans. His own people.
To be a Biafran.
Yes, because of religion.
Religious members to rise up against his own people.
Yes.
That one.
Do you see the danger? That is why.
They will tell you heavenly rest an individual thing.
No.
And even when you kill these your people now that have been tapped into the, Allah will reward you. You see how they come with it?
It's very, very terrible.
It doesn't matter.
It's very, very terrible. You know, it's very, very terrible. So, what are we saying? What we are preaching here is for us to take common sense. Like our Wada said, you know, somebody can be doing something without knowing the consequence of what he is doing to future generations. You can, it's my right, I change because Alhaji want to give me a contract. So he say if I change, he will give me his daughter as to marry, and now I will become a contractor. Now you being a Biafran, you sacrifice your future generation to do that. For you, you don't even understand what you're doing. Highest you live 100 years, you die. Others will come, you will bear children that no more, that didn't grow on our normal culture, even Christian, Judeo-Christian religion per se. They don't know it again. What they know is how to pray Kashinala 5 times a day. You have created a monster in the future. Just like the way when we say, whenever I open in my program, I used to talk the story about Ottoman Fodio. Had it been Yunfa was the king, he is the person that allowed Ottoman Fodio in order to be preaching freely in Hausa land, and even invited him to come to his courtyard, to his presidential palace, King's palace, in order to preach, even to his children. That time he didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know that only that gesture will turn the Hausas into Almajiri 200 years later. He didn't know. Now he is gone. Is he suffering it? No. Who is suffering it? The generations coming, the generations now. They are the ones that are being turned into Almajiri. Had it been this man had a foresight, he would have said, oh boy, no matter what, you're a foreigner. Because that is self-preservation. That is why not everything is racism. Not everything is a racial segregation. I'm telling you honestly. Sometimes self-preservation comes into play. You understand? Even if you want cry,
they would have eliminated him. And all these things would have been.
It could have been, and people will grumble.
Let's be honest, eliminate, which was what our ancestors were doing. Take care of the, either you send the person into slavery or get rid of the person if you see that that's more danger. It's when we began to be passive, you know, because look at what he has done. One single act, bringing an enemy inside without knowing what you were doing, because you want to make it to heaven. He told you that what you were preaching was wrong. He was the same Muslim. He was the same religion. But he just came and said that your own faction, how you were doing it is not right. And then brought his own. But it was a decoy. Look at how many houses have been displaced from their ancestral land today. Look at how many Hausa people, indigenous, that have been killed without anybody speaking about their blood like their life matters. Look at how many of them that still being slaughtered. Look at all the indigenous people of Hausa today are being ruled by the Emayas that are Fulani. Just by single act of one
person
king.
One person.
One king.
Had it been, do you know what?
I wish the dead can see. If the dead can see, that man, wherever he's in his grave, will be turning and crying. He will have a restless over there.
Had it been, yes, you know, that time I believe that had it been, he never succumbed, he never allowed Ottoman Fodio to even near anywhere to the king's palace, or even told him that, look, you know, you are not allowed in Hausa land because you are not even an Hausa. Do you know that some people, some Hausas even, will be against the king, say, why are you doing like this now? Leave him now, you know, say, you know. That is why sentiments sometimes can be very dangerous.
That's what is happening, Mazi.
Yeah.
What we are saying now is what was happening before I know I. This is what Mazi of Majike, one of Biafra land, is saying. He is the one now raising alarm. We cannot do this. Our elders What our elders are doing is what that king did. That's what our elders are doing. They think they know better. They think they can get themselves together through these actions they're taking, pleading, begging for what belongs to them. Thinking they can get it done by compromise. Thinking they can get it done by telling their birthright. Thinking they can get it done by negotiation. The people you're dealing with are ruthless. They are looking beyond 2,000-3,000 years gone. So you don't negotiate with them. You don't compromise with them. But that is the situation our so-called elite elders have found themselves, because they have gone and compromised themselves. Look at how these people are disgracing them. It's playing, the variables might be slightly different, is the same history repeating itself. And the only person who has foreseen what is about to happen through inspiration and probably going back to history to pay attention to what happened, raise his voice to say, our people, we are about to be swallowed up. What did our people do? Because they want to belong to. Same thing we're talking about divide and rule. Oh, their parties are more important to them than their people. I am the PDP. I am APC. That is where their loyalty lies most. They connive and took their own son. Who is really, just like we're saying, if somebody had raised an alarm to that king, probably the person would have been killed and called an infidel. Because that's what Osman Defoe would have told him. That's what I have done to our own Ahmadike right now. And that is why this message we are sending to our people to wake up, take up, chin up, kai, whatever it is, wash our eyes, shine our eyes, and let history not repeat itself. Let us again not be conquered the second time mentally through another set of religion. Because I am telling you, you think Christianity is brutal? Muslim religion is more brutal. Go and check people, places like Syria. They were once 80 to 90% Christian speaking society. You go to Iraq, the same thing. Nineveh, where was Nineveh?
What about Turkey?
Over there.
What about Turkey?
Turkey, all of them. But today they have been flanized and it started all the same way. What are we saying? Some of us are complacent, thinking it will never happen. It is happening before our own eyes. These people are very settled. They come in a very settled way. But they keep pressing on. And they will use the same people, just like the Romans, use the Jews to scatter them. That's what they're doing with us. We must be wise, and that's why we must do anything, everything, to make sure, one, our Hamadike is released. Has to come out, and the fight must continue. We cannot give up. I am giving this advice to our so-called elite. All of them I saw in that video, this video that has been trending. I don't wish them any ill, but whether they like it or not, none of them has up to 20 to 30 more years to live. None. They should know that. The argument becomes, what legacy, what future are they leaving for their children? Is it a future where their children will not have the freedom to express who they are? Is it a future where their children will not have freedom to express their full God-given potential? Being manipulated and manipulated, if the future they want their generation to come, because I know they may not care now, but most of them have children. Their great-great-grandchildren, do they want to see them live the life of what is happening in the north today, where they've been displaced of their indigenous land, displaced of their indigenous identity, in the displaced of who they are, stripped away, dehumanized, and become slaves to foreigners? Is that the future they want their children to live? If that is what they want, then they continue on the path they are. If it's not what they want, they must, it's a must, retrieve their steps and fight for the restoration of Biafra. Because where they're going, there is no route there. They are being used as tools. And what the people are doing is, when they feel you have been so compromised because of your activities, whatever meeting or whatever you did with them behind closed doors, that's when they can come out boldly and shame you. I can tell you today, Mieti Allah, whatever you call them, all these groups in northern Nigeria, led by the Fulani cannot do what they did to our elders, to Hamadike, or any core Biafra. Even our DOS, they cannot do it. They be scared. He was now where the believe our elders must retrieve their state because they are being used as a weapon. They must know this. Their time on earth is already, it cannot be more than 20, 30 years. I don't care what they do. They should think about them. They should think about preserving their identity, who they are. Today, they are proud to call on Hanese, to be called on Hanese. They are proud to wear that red cap. They are proud to wear the shadow. Do they realize that these things they are doing, in a couple of years to come, these things can never be practiced? Look at it. Even to come to court, they refuse Hamadike to wear our own traditional outfit. None of these elders raised an alarm. None of them even came out and spoke against it. They said it's an intimidating fabric. But that's the same intimidating fabric that you gave to the so-called impostor. It's not intimidating, or it was not intimidating when you wore it to come to us. And that's why some of them could not even boldly wear it on that trending video I'm seeing. Because they want to impress who? The Fulani. Because I'm telling you, Mazi, if it was in the north that Buhari went, everybody there would have gone Babariga. All of them. Even any Igbo coming there would be forced to wear Babariga, either by directly or indirectly. So this tradition they're enjoying now, they want to be called on Hanese. They want to be respected as a Hanese. They want to be seen as the elder spokesmen, or men and women, yeah, they're men, for us, our tradition. Some people left it for them in half. They should not allow themselves to be the one to drop the ball. It's a relay race. Life is a relay race. When the baton is given to you and our job is to preserve it,
of course,
even better, and hand it to the next. I was a relay race runner, and give it to the next person. Our people before them preserve this tradition to the best of their ability. I know a lot has happened, but they were able to preserve it. It evolved. Where we are now, we can proudly say Ishago is our home. We can proudly say Mazi, Wada. There was at a time, it was a few years ago, everybody was Mr. Miss, Madam this. Mazi is bringing us back to our senses. Everybody that is proud to answer Mazi, Wada.
Wada, do you know?
It is seen now as a pride thing.
Of course. Do you know one thing?
Now they can come out and talk about, or and all that. They cannot, they must not drop the ball, because if they do, if we have to take them out to preserve who we are, we must. But they are resting.
Yeah, like what you're saying, for you to conserve, or for us, or for people to conserve who they are, their culture, they must be proud of that culture. They must be promoting that culture with one thing or the other. It's not people that act like unsaturated hydrocarbon. Any atom they see, they join with. Any foreign thing they see, they join with. It cannot work. Just as you are saying now. Look, listen. The Jews we are seeing today that have the Republic of Israel, they suffered, although they suffered conquest for more than 2,000 years. Why were they able to preserve themselves? Because they are very proud people, proud of who they are, proud of their culture. When you look at the book of Deuteronomy chapter 7 verse 7 to 8, it says there, the Lord did not set his love on you, not choose you, because you were more in number than any of the peoples. For you were the fewest of the peoples. But because the Lord loved you and kept the oath which he swore to your forefathers. Do you know what that means to them or to us? That is why when our leader came the first time, he will continue hammering on who we are. We should be proud of ourselves, because we are a chosen people. That is what makes you being proud. Any foreign thing that wants to come say, no, who are you? Can you, I beg? I have a superior culture than you. You always call yourself superior culture. That is a way you cannot be culturally conquered. That is what saved the Jews. Do you understand that? But whenever you want to test a new thing, you now have the right. You know, now I have the right. Can't I practice? There are things, there are rights you don't even have when it comes to self-preservation or when it concerns the people. Having right to change this and that, that is why we are divided into pieces today. So what am I trying to say? The action of one person can bring a catastrophe to generations coming without knowing. This is the reason why every time I used to talk against Nnamdi Kanu, some people might not agree completely, but that is the fact. Because he failed in his position. He failed to see the future. And his opponents, Tafawa Balewa and Ahmad Bello, they saw the future and conserved and tried to fight for the future of their people. This one, what matters to him is what he can get now. Ceremonial president. Oh, I will control everything now. He didn't come down to analyze the people he is dealing with. That is the problem. So sometimes the actions you play thinking that, oh, it is your life you are living. No, sometimes it is not your life. You are living the life of your people. The life where you come from. The life from the land. The land now, anywhere during Christmas time, you go back to that land and step on that land. It is that land that is connecting everybody. Why do you demonize it? Why do we call our own brothers Gentiles or pagans? This is a sign of ignorance and weakness. Our colonial masters smartly inserted this poison in our midst. And when we started seeing ourselves as pagans, unbelievers, and Gentiles, things fell apart and the center never held till today. Even they also tried to demonize the word Jew on us. This is why we unconsciously refer to a novice here as Jew man. Now, do you understand? We should stop dividing ourselves by referring to our traditional religion and culture as evil or paganism. It's wrong. It's not true. It's a poison, foreign poison they inserted in our land, aligning with our foreigners to demonize ourselves. This is horrible. It continues dividing us, thereby making us weaker as a people. Our religion is never paganism. Our religion is now Biafra. Do you understand? When you cannot be proud of who you are, that is inferiority complex. That is why you always like to escape that inferiority complex by entering into foreign religion. Let me call it foreign religion. And it is catastrophic. Because all the going you cannot step on the ground. You don't know the culture. You don't know our traditional religion, how it is being practiced, what it entails, what you should do, when during cultivation time, to the extent, do you know, like I could remember one time some churches started demonizing our Iriji Ohun. It's a joke, no, it's something demonic. Everything concern every of our festival, everything, our way of life, they demonize it, and we accept it. This is weakness. This is simple ignorance and weakness. This is the way, or one of the ways, the foreigners entered into us. And today we are seeing another trend of people in the name of democracy. I can practice a free religion, any religion I want. They are being cajoled either one way or the other to enter into Islam. What matters is, how is the future generation going to be? What do you think that the Fulani love you? They just give you their religion. Now they start petting you. Anything, and they will teach you how to pray, which means you are aware of prayer before is evil. Now they will teach you when to fast. They will teach you when to do this. They become your masters. Do you think that they love you? They are doing it to conquer you. You being a point of contact to reach others, to conquer others. Not only in your generation, in your future generation, because the children you are going to born, you are going to born them in your new generation, their new religion. And that is it. Every other thing is gone. The same way they born us into Christianity. Now, almost all of us, none of us know about our culture. We are just avenging to find out, which is the right thing also, because we are born into this European religion. And anything you talk is we refer to the religion to use it to standardize our practices. That is very wrong. We should be proud of who we are and go back, start practicing our way of life. The connection that our land provides for us, it will bring blessing. I say blessings to us, because this connection, this cultural connection, is what made the Jews to survive the Holocaust. Even before the Holocaust, they survived pogrom upon pogrom upon pogrom. This word you hear genocide as pogrom is a Russian word. They committed it on the Zionists, on Jews, during their revolution in the early 20th century, or late 18th century. I am telling you, it's a Russian word, pogrom. That is where the word come out, and it was incorporated taken into English language. So it doesn't divide them. What made them to be more fortified is because they kept their culture, which you call religion today. It is their way of life, their culture, which other people cannot come and be teaching them, because you are master in your family. In your culture, you are the master. No person will come and teach you. Elvis Presley have to travel, no matter how famous he is, he has to travel to India in order to learn yoga, in order to learn Hindu religion, because he was fascinated about it. Had it been Indians maybe accepted Christianity, he wouldn't have been there. Now he went to India. Now they started teaching him. He didn't tell maybe the master, a guru, a Hindu guru, to come to America. They will tell him, no. If we don't care about your money, if you want to learn about us, come to us. And Elvis Presley traveled to India. Do you understand? And started doing yoga, started learning all Hindu religion. That is how proud we should be. Imagine that we are practicing our culture the way it should. Foreigners will be coming to be learning, and will be proud to be teaching them. The same way you see people go to Jerusalem. Oh, they are going to pray. Oh, this is people going to Mecca. Why? Do you know what it means? It's a pride. It's a pride to them. But when you kill your own, in order to favor foreign religion, foreign culture, you are diminishing yourself. It's a conquest, cultural conquest, religious conquest. You are diminishing yourself, submitting yourself, even spiritually. That take me. You are more than me spiritually. This is what we are always saying. No.
When we do that, we have just sent our own God.
Yes.
And then we are calling on our gods to come and help us. Rise up, our ancestors. You just send them and took another God. Because what you just said, something came to my mind. Going on this last segment that you just did. Mazi, why it looks like the Jews sustained or survived every Holocaust that were meted on them. They never left their culture. Mazi, even when they were scattered all over the globe, they never left their culture. Privately, secretly, they protected it seriously. Even now, what you call the Messianic Jews, go and check. They still practice the Jewish culture. The Messianic Jews, these are those that believe in Yeshua.
Yes,
they
Christians.
maintain the Jewish culture. They never trust it. Look at every religion, man. The Roman religion, you call it Christianity, okay? They took all the Roman culture, interwove it into what you call Roman Catholic. You go to Spanish, what you call Santa Maria. They took the same religion, the same Christianity, took my Spanish culture.
And magic here, yes.
Okay? We are the only ones, when it came to us, we dumped our own completely. You go to Canterbury, the so-called Christianity. What is Halloween that our people are celebrating? What is Halloween? Halloween is a festival of the witches. The origin is from London. It's practiced every time in the church today. At least where I am, I know. A big holiday. But nobody is calling it witchcraft. is the day reserved for the witchcraft in London. It's an ancient pagan religion. According to them, it was a traditional religion, but it has found its way into Christianity and is accepted. We are the only ones that took our own traditional religion and just discarded it. We don't want to have anything to do with it. When we have left our ancestors, when we have left who we are, what makes us think our ancestors will be there for us? We left Elu, we left Anu, and we took something else. Then in time of need and help, we are shouting and they come and help us. We must go back and appease our God. We must go back our way of life. He has not, what I'm trying to say is, whether you're a Muslim or you're a Christian or whatever faith, you cannot negate your own traditional belief, which is who you are. That is where we drop the ball, Mazi. You will see a reverend, now I'm seeing some reverend dancing our cultural music. Mazi, it gives me so much joy. Because it doesn't negate what you're practicing. In fact, you should enhance it. You know, before, when you go to our church, the songs were so dull, and that was how Pentecostal people were able to move people. Because when people go there, they have some fun dancing like this. Rude awakening. Some of these traditional religions are waking up, or organized religions are waking up, and then I saw some reverend fathers on YouTube dancing our culture. I was so happy. I saved that clip. What I'm trying to say here is, whether you are practicing Christianity, Muslim, it should not make you to abandon your traditional religion, which is who you are. Incorporate it. There are things. I think in Christian religion you have to discard too. But the main thing that I am an Igbo person. My culture is Igbo before any religion that will come on top of it. That is how we should be thinking. That's how we should be navigating, because that is where we drop the ball. Every other people that are practicing this Christianity, even in America here, they never trash their own culture or religion of who they are. We are the only one. And that is why what we are doing today is to wake us up and know that we do not, because we don't even understand what the shrines are for. Begin talking, begin consequences. The gods will fight. They have their own way of fighting. Remember, we must remember that these gods we are talking about are not human. They are not emotional. They are rule. And so when we degrade them, we abandon them. When we simple, did all this thing because we have accepted new religion, they will fight us. And their way of fighting, they're going to use us to fight us. We must go back and find out where we drop the ball, appease the gods, and make Chukwokike. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mazi. I think we shall go into just few minutes break, so that when we come back, we continue in this program by opening the lines, please. What we are saying here, we are not condemning any religion. We are fighting for our survival. Let me make it clear. We are fighting for our survival, both spiritually, physically, anyway. What they have done to us is too much, I should say. I'm telling you. They use religion to water us. A brother will see his own fellow blood and start looking at him, calling him beggar, calling him what do you call Gentile or unbeliever. This is abomination. It doesn't matter the religion you are. Our alma mater, our foundation is ourselves, is who we are, our culture. That is our number one foundation. If, for example, you are born as an Igbo man, Igbo woman, that is who you are in the first place. No matter that you choose to be a Christian or another religion, it cannot make you be maybe If you are born in Biafra land, you are born there. You are born there. There is no type of religion you will accept and take it now as a Biafran. Now they start calling you Vatican. It's impossible. Instead, they are exploiting us. That is the only thing. They are exploiting us. Contributing money, sending to people that are far more richer than you. In the Vatican, in United Kingdom. Is it not stupidity? Do you see the reason why some people, even in Europe, they have Orthodox churches, Russian Orthodox, they sever their umbilical cord with the mainstream Roman Catholic, so that they don't have to pay allegiance, neither monetary, anything. Everything circulates in their country, so that they don't have to be given sermon or teachings by Vatican, far away Rome, to teach them in Russia how to behave as a good Christians, or to teach them in Greece, as good Christians. This is how to behave. If you have questions, you ask them. No, they interpret the Bible they're using in their own way. They interpret it in their own culture. They don't need to ask a foreigner question, because when you ask a foreigner to clarify you on how to live your life as a fellow religious person, he will find one way or the other to manipulate your brain, as what Nnamdi did to the Hausas. That is what we are trying to avoid, and that is why our voice is clamoring, shouting the whole four corners of this planet Earth, for us to understand, for heaven and earth to bear us witness, that we, these people, we IPOB, we never kept quiet. We spoke. Our ancestors will bear us witness that we told our people of all these things, so that in the future generations, no person will blame us. If you don't want to change, we need to be wise in getting back to who we are. Stop calling your brother a pagan. It is abnormal. Stop calling him an unbeliever. Why do Fulani call others infidel? In order to kill them, in order to subjugate them. Do you understand? They subjugate an infidel. You can do anything to an infidel. A pagan person, you refer to a pagan, which means you can do anything to him, because it's not supposed to exist. During the time of the Jews, the old Israelites, they were told to subjugate and kill the Amalekites. Yeah, because that time they were infidels. Do you understand? So an infidel, do to him anything you want, kill him. He's not he's a rebel to God, because he doesn't worship God, the true God. That is what they made our people to be calling ourselves, without minding the consequences. The consequences that our land is annoyed, our land is angry. Our ancestors are annoyed. How can our ancestors be there? Okay, St. Peter in how many thousands of kilometers? Are you not mad? For goodness sake, are you not crazy? Are you yourself at all? Who do you think that St. Peter will go and save? Is it you, a black monkey that is living, or is it his brother that anywhere he is, thousands of kilometers? Can't we have our sense? Can't we call our own ancestors? Those that God, they bear us. Without them, we cannot be existing. Why do you neglect them? Why do you demonize them? People that made you to come into this beautiful planet. Why do you demonize them? Saying that they are pagans. You are the devil. I'm telling you honestly. So let us be wise and stop being used to divide ourselves. This is where we are going to stop, and we go on few minutes break. As I said, I don't know whether you want to add any other thing before I go on few minutes break.
No, Mazi. Yeah, you said it all. I can hear the passion in your voice. I mean, you said it all. You know what you just said. We pay homage to Rome. We pay homage to Canterbury and all that. And look at, they were supposed to be Christians, right? And then we are being slaughtered. Instead of them to support us, they're supporting who? The Muslims. They're supposed to come to our aid. They are not. So where is their allegiance? And yet, within all, we are fighting each other. Oh, you are a non-believer. Because of that, you're going to hell. And those people that this impression, giving you this mindset, are not even there for us. So we must go back to the drawing board, recover who we are. And yes, even if we want to practice Christianity or Muslim, let it be Orthodox. Just like the Jews, you have the Jews, you have Orthodox Jews, you have the Russian Orthodox Christian Church. Even in Ethiopia, you have them. They have their
even Egypt Orthodox.
It's the same Christian. Yeah. So we must go back and people begin to develop our own. Appreciate our ancestors, the works they did. They were clever people. They were smart individuals. They were spiritualists. Clean spirituality before corruption came in. We must go and rediscover who we were. And then if you want to have it in a Christian way, why incorporate two of them? But we cannot just say that our ancestors were devilish. They are all going to hell. Excuse me. God gave them all the inspiration. There was an article I wrote many, many years ago. I titled it, "My ancestors may not have known Christ, but they knew how to worship." What God of creation requires from you and I is worship. It's not about religion. It's about worship. And our ancestors, they knew how to worship. And that is why they were inspired by God. They were given directive. They did marvelous things that we, who claim to be worshiping God today, or know God better than them, cannot even fathom them. It didn't come ordinary. They were closer to our ancestors. Let us go back, retrieve ourselves, and then ask for forgiveness wherever we have wrong. That's what I'm going to say until my closing final word. Thank you. Good night.
Don't go away, we'll be right back.
Announcement. Here comes a great gathering of the people of West Africa. Ambazonia, Biafra, Oduduwa. Even across the entire globe, the entire world. Coming from different parts of all the continents of the world, the Brussels felt.
Or Gentiles. That is very wrong. Therefore, our lines are now open and we are going to take calls. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, WhatsApp Signal line +61 405 142 547. You can call us and give us your view. Remember, what we are doing is restoration, both mental restoration, physical restoration, spiritual restoration. That is what we are doing. Therefore, if you call, please be fair enough in order to give others opportunities to also speak. I have a first caller on WhatsApp. First caller on WhatsApp, please start by giving us your name and where you're calling from, if you may. Can you hear me, first caller?
Good evening, Achineke. How are you doing, Jonathan?
There, well, welcome to the program.
Good evening, great Biafra all over the world. Good evening. Mazi, my name is
the journey of 1,000 kilometers starts with a step.
We pay homage to Rome, we pay homage to Canterbury.
Remember, what we are doing is restoration, both mental restoration, physical restoration, spiritual restoration. That is what we are doing. Therefore, if you call, please be fair enough in order to give others opportunities to also speak. I have a first caller on WhatsApp. First caller on WhatsApp, please start by giving us your name and where you're calling from, if you may. Can you hear me, first caller?
Good evening, Hachineke. How are you doing, Jonathan?
There, well, welcome to the program.
Good evening, great Biafra all over the world. Good evening. Mazi, my name is Kanu. I'm calling from the zoo, Oduduwaland to be precise. Mazi, thank you very, very much. I thank our mommy too for her great work. She has always been punctual to the program. We really appreciate your good works. Mazi, you know that these white people, they feel that they are very, very, they are smart. They are not white. They are smart and very greedy. They choose to take everything for themselves. If only they would have helped a little, we would have helped them too. But they choose to take everything for themselves. This is called greediness and smartness. They are not wise. But we will tell them that we are wiser than them, and God has made us wiser than them. We are the chosen people, not them. And they can't do anything about it. They have been trying for a very long time to suppress us, but we are the chosen people, and they cannot suppress us. Mazi, thank you very much for the program about our religion. And I don't know, Mazi, this tax you have picked up about this religion is a very, very great tax, and it's not going to be an easy one. I know, but we should. I don't know if I can say this on air, but I don't think there's anything bad. We should always look for a platform also to educate our people on the way to pray, because there are different ways of praying and there are different ways of worshiping. We need to totally go back to the way we are meant to be, because apart from this, many people are deviating, but they don't know where to fix their head. Many people are from what they are doing before, but they don't know the steps to take and where to follow. So I think that should be included also.
Mazi, you know, the journey of 1,000 kilometers starts with a step. That's it. You know, our leader came in, started broadcasting one day. Just one day he started, fellow Biafrans, you know, and maybe many people that time didn't believe that, you know, it can make any headway. So, but here we are today. So we have to count one before counting two. Creating awareness is the key. Even people are making mistakes, it doesn't matter. A time will come, as we are talking, I know that some people are going into deep researches, because we need to unearth our pure way. That is what we are saying. We don't, you know, like today, even in Christian religion, in other religions, for example, enlightenment has made Europeans or the scientists, archaeologists, into going to research many things that are written there, whether they can see whether it's truth. So that is what we are also appealing to people. We are intelligent set of people. We cannot reject ourselves because others rejected us. People should take it as a duty to be researching. How does this happen? What really happened? What is the right thing about this in our culture, about a particular thing? You're going to researches. That is it. That is not a rocket science. That is how development, or going back to who we are, comes. Now, when you come out, you speak with authority. Look at what you have seen. Look at the researches you have made. That is what we are trying to spur our people into making efforts to finding out different things concerning who we are, our culture, so that we go back to the right way. Mazi, please go on.
Yes, Mazi, that's why I said from the beginning that it's not an easy task. Exactly, you enter this field of religion and you started it from the first day of Saturday, I've been following it, and I know that it will never be an easy task. But thank God that somebody has to pick it up, because from even from the religion that we are practicing now, it is stolen. Most of them are stolen from our religion. They come to church, they say that that take the offering as often as you see it. I go and buy. I told you say, as far as you are in a place where coconut nut is being broken, if you say you want to eat it, no matter how small, you must be given. So most of these things, even at church, sometimes they say they will do all saints and all souls. But when you say Igbo and Degede, the people will see that as an evil something.
Because you speak it in Igbo language. Because you speak it. I'm taking Mazi, please, before you continue to round up. I will say this also as I'm appealing. Everything goes together. Look, our people, our experts in our Biafran languages, Igbo, Ijaw, Efik, should take it up in order to be including every blessed year new vocabularies into our language or our languages, so that our language will not be dead one. There are many things that are known you cannot translate in Igbo language. You understand? It is very, very sad and shameful. From time to time, Igbo experts, Ijaw experts should gather, linguistic experts should gather and provide translation to some words that has no translation. They should provide it, now put it into Igbo, Biafran language lexicons and dictionary. That is what we are appealing to everybody. Mazi, please go on and round up. Go on.
It's back. You will see an elderly man, they will speak in proverbs. Haya to you, and I suppose that which means that the person that they tell a proverb to and explain for that person, which means the bride price they paid for her mother. For his,
you're just a bastard. Yes.
Why they use that bride price of a thing is that you know how painful. So that it will pain you that you don't understand what they say. So you should go and learn it. But most of you know, most of them are not natural. So this is part. Thank you very, very much, and thank our mother also. People are doing a very great work. Mazi, thank you. And
thank you.
Because we have done a lot of.
Thank you very much. Remain blessed. I have a caller that has been here on Signal. Caller on Signal, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, my brother, I can hear you. Good evening to you, Mazi Jonathan, and to our daughter, Mwada Mariam. This is Ifan Chukwumada Abuchi, and I'm calling you from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. You see, it's a very good, I look forward to this topic every evening because I know the depth of damage and change that have been wrought amongst us and in our psyche from foreigners. Let's put it like that. And you see, our people, like you said, my brother, our people should not be calling our other brethren in maybe traditional religion or not European religion. Shouldn't be calling them pagans or unbelievers or any other derogatory name that the Europeans depict them as. Because let truth be told, let it be known that the present European religion was forced, literally forced, undergone, under duress and gone, and the lives were lost to impress on us this religion. We are not saying it's good or bad, but everybody has to make his own conclusion. But what I'm saying is that this thing was intentionally done in order to, conquer our people mentally. And they didn't hide it. They said when they get us to believe that what they bring to us is superior, we will become who they want us to be. That is conquered people. It's not rocket science, like we just said. And there's something I want to touch that our sister said, like the meaning of Chineke and the please, Chineke have in all the connotations and the denotations we have for him is a single being, greatest omnipotent being. Chineke is God the creator. Chineke, that is the job for creating. And so we have we call him Chukwu Onye Okike. It's singular. Onye Okike.
Go on, Mazi.
Okay. So Chukwu is the greatest God. We have Chiji Kenile, it's still singular. Chi, and you have the omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, Amama Macha, and we call him Ekekere Owa. It's still a singular person. So it's the omnipotent. And so we don't have any, and that's why we have what we call Eke Day. It's the day of creation and reserved to honor the Creator. Some people who still keep our traditional belief or religion don't do anything strenuous or as job on Eke Day because it's reserved for the Creator. And even when I was growing up, if somebody died in Eke Day in my town, for instance, in my region, there in Anambra State, that person is like he died on a wrong day because it's supposed to be a sanctified day for the Creator. And as well, other days have their their meanings, which we have to dig out and make our people know. But Eke is the one I'm sure is the day that is for the Creator, and Eke is also Creator. So some people call him Eke, Eke. Some people answer these names, like people from Orumba, answer Onyebu Eke, which means Onyebu Chukwu. So another way for calling God. So, and then my brother Jonathan talked about people breaking our spirit. You see, this is when things fall apart, when they broke our spirit by telling us the way we worship, the who we worship. But if you remember Olauda Ekwuano, that when he was, he was sold, captured with his sister, sold into slavery. But when he got in, his master who bought him, when they started, touching the Christian things, and especially from the Old Testament, he said, "Hey, this is my people. This is our way of worship. This is who we are." Inshallah, like our doctor said, Miriam said that, and Jonathan you too, that when people commit abomination, they are said to have sinned against God and the land. And we believe, honestly, we believe, where I come, we still believe a land where you cannot bring poison like insect, you cannot bring dangerous medicine to pass in that, and you cannot move front or back, because that is what we believe, that the land is holy. Which or without life, our people will be eating and drinking, because we believe the land is holy and it will work for us. And there are some things you cannot do if you tread on that land. So we have to look, like in this situation we now, that strangers are coming to kill us. If we hallow our land, if we remember our ancestors, who are, some of them are saints because they respected God the Creator and the land they walk on. If we remember them, if we say to the land, please, if killers have come again, the land will walk. They do walk, because it walked in the plains of Benue when the jihad was coming in the 1800s, when they were coming to kill us, their jihad. So it worked for us. And remembering our ancestors and our people who did good work, it is not bad. It is not idolatry. It is just that we don't, this is, like I said, people who start, remember, this Roman, for instance, because must remember to know where the problems start. We cannot detach Roman Catholic from other Christian faiths, because Roman Catholic was the first Christian church before the Protestant churches emanate. And before you become a priest, you will be taught everything: psychology, psychiatry, all the theology, and the way you can manipulate people. And you're not doing it consciously to spoil your people. You think you are doing the best work. But the thing that even this man you call, remember, in the 60s, Henry Kissinger, the United States, to spoil your people. You think you are doing the best work. But the thing that even this man you call, remember, in the 60s, Henry Kissinger, the United States, me, you're a doctor, and I'm a ticket driver. Fine, you're a doctor. But if it comes to the quality and the reason and the essence of humanity, nobody, not white, not black, not yellow, not red, is better than Biafra in that quality. And we have brains. Don't forget, Biafra has just invented a medicine that will break the, when the bacteria, antibiotics, when you don't have the work anymore, if Biafran have gotten a medicine to break through that. Philip Bernard is a Biafran. The one who did the heart of brain surgery in America is a Biafran. So we are talking that nobody is better than us in the quality of God, but of course, environment do influence our development. But then nobody will say that we cannot learn if we are taught.
Yeah, well, Mazi.
And okay, I think I've my
yeah, of
all right,
course.
thank you. I couldn't have
Well, thank you very much.
Well,
you make a very valid point.
Mazi, let me say something quickly, if you don't mind.
Okay, just go on, please.
I'll be speaker with all due respect, my brother. I listen to your hand, but I would like you, please, because I should say that you're a regular listener, to do this research and possibly come back next week and let us know what you find out. The point I'm making here, or what I'm talking about, is the Chi na Eke, or Chi and Eke, because we are not saying Chi Kere. Why I'm saying this is Eke, as you mentioned, is the sacred day. Is that day, that Eke, is it a day? Is there any deity attached to it? Is the name of that deity? Is the Orient a date? Is it a name given, a name of a date that's given to them? These 4 market days, are there deities that are attached to them or reference to them? And if that is the case, so if they Eke Chi the Almighty, if the Eke is Chi the Almighty, what is Orient and Afo? Because I believe that Chi is Almighty God, the Creator. So I would like you, my brother, to do this research, please, if you can, and come back with the answer, because we are all here to learn. I'm curious.
Yeah, well, of course, yes. What we are doing here, as I said, is to challenge our intellectual brains. Nobody knows it all. We are trying to revive ourselves. That is what we are doing. So everybody's contribution is needed. That is the issue. I don't know. They say this thing is repeating. I don't know. Let me see. They say this thing. My voice is repeating. Let me see. Let me check. I will be right back. Please don't go away. They say my voice is repeating. Let me Yes, I've seen it. It's true. I don't know. Let me see. Why? Sometimes the system, sometimes anything can happen, sometimes, but we must continue. We must continue, but I think, is it even whether the Facebook is flowing? I don't know. I need to check it and fix it once and for all. Please. No other callers on the line, please hold on. I have a caller on WhatsApp that has been there. Please hold on, please. Let me do something. Do not go away, please. Hold on. I think my voice is repeating, but my voice on Facebook is coming out. Yeah, but the app is repeating itself. So I am trying to fix something, please. Let us see. What we are doing is to make sure that we come back to the reality facing us. Nobody can do it for us, but only ourselves. We are the people to do it for ourselves. Do you understand? We are the people. Nothing more. Nobody can do it for ourselves. Let us remove ourselves from this cultural conquest. I call it cultural conquest. Because whenever I'm trying to check our app, whenever a people leaves their culture and completely, to the extent even our languages, our language is shrinking. When I'm talking about languages, I'm not only talking about Igbo language per se, or I used to say it, even in Biafra land, even Igbo language is even better than others in dying off. Go to Warri now. People there, they don't speak their local language any longer.
Yeah, Mazi, a whole lot of this thing did not come out. It was muted. So check your muted.
Yes.
The whole last section towards the end was muted.
Okay.
The voice didn't come out. So
okay.
Take your mute.
Yes. That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
I'm trying to revive everything. I don't know why. The thing is buffering. My system is buffering, but it will come. I don't know. But the Facebook is coming. The Facebook is coming. My voice on Facebook is coming. Only here in our app is mute. My goodness me, please. We must continue. Please, caller, hold on. You have been there. I know. Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's coming out now. So, as I was saying, what we are trying to do is coming out now. What we are trying to do is to revive ourselves, revive our culture, revive who we are. Even our languages, because our languages, Biafran languages, has been, I can call it a moribund, I'm telling you. When I talk about languages, do not think it's only Igbo. You know, as I said before, Igbo language itself is even a kind of better. Let me put it like that. What do I mean? Other Biafran languages, they are almost gone. I say in Ijo, you will see somebody, a family in Ijo land,
They are not in Manfe. They are not in Veranda Po. They are in a Joland, but they speak only English. In a family, you will see grandmother, grandfather speaking English, pidgin. In Warri, the same thing. And you are telling me that this is life. You are proud about it, that you can speak pidgin. Nah, these people now of a voice. This is arrant stupidity. You are dying. Our race is dying. Slow death. There is a people they call the Taino people, the indigenous people of the Central America. They are extinct now. Do you understand? No more languages. They have descendants, but they can no more speak the language. I think the last person that speaks Taino language, I think he died very aged woman. He died a few years back. No more. It's gone and gone forever. Do you understand? So, what we are saying and what we are doing here, not only Biafra restoration physical, but everything concerning us, including our languages. There must be Biafran intellectuals, experts in our languages, to be meeting and be putting new vocabularies, syllables in our language, so that our language will continue being rich, so that you can speak Igbo language without putting because any English language, any English word, so that you can speak Ijoifik without putting any other foreign language. Do you understand? That is what we are doing here. Caller on WhatsApp, thank you for holding on for going to 19 minutes. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me, please? Go on.
I can hear you.
There, Mazi. There, Mazi.
Chinedu Jonathan.
There,
I remember my humble self. My name is Mazi Chinedu. I am calling from Ireland.
There, Mazi.
Mazi, it's like people don't understand the power and knowledge of our forefathers. The people don't understand their knowledge. You know, these people, they pray to seek for knowledge and long life. That's the only thing. They don't pray for wealth. The knowledge. They only pray for knowledge and long life. That is the only thing they pray for. People underestimate their knowledge. So why I'm saying this, like about this Chi and Eke, I was the one that first brought it up before one other give it a little touch. You know what I was saying about that is that I'm not saying that Eke is the highest god, because I will make a little research on it before I pointed it out for people to look into it. I was saying that Chukwu as in Chukwu, in our Igbo culture, in our Igbo language, we refer the highest god as Chukwu. That is the main creator. He created
that big god, that big chi, the big one. Chi-Uku. Yeah, Chi-Uku, that big one.
Yeah, that big one. That's what I'm trying to say. But in terms of creation of human being, people don't know the meaning of Mado. In English, you call it a human being. Igbo language call it Nkendo, the beauty of life. Mazi Kanu always pointed this out all the time. They name things according to the meaning. If you have to integrate all this languages, all this our language. You see that there is secret in all of them. These people don't underestimate them. You understand? So those people, then in terms of creation of human being, they call it Chineke. That does not mean that Chi in that aspect is a little god. No, the same Chukukana and Eke. Everybody knows that in Igbo language that we refer Eke as a female goddess. Only on Amanka, in my own tribe, in my own culture and everything. I myself, I had it to go snake that fight on the call Eke. We don't kill it in our face because we believe that a deity attached to it. We see it as a female goddess. So in terms of creation of human being, our forefathers believe that they were created, they were born by the combination of two deities, the female deity and the goddess deity, a god deity, the Chukwokike, meeting of Chukwokike and the goddess again. That is how they were created as a human being. That is for my own research and understand that people can make research on it, because we don't underestimate this our forefathers in the Mulande. You understand? So each name, they have meaning on it, they attach meaning on it, and everything they are doing. How will they come out if a new child is born? First of all, they will name the child according to the condition of the environment, the condition of things happen in that area before they will name the child. I myself, my parents name in Chinedu. They have the reason why they named the name. When I asked my mother about that, she would give me a little story about the things, and that's why they named it. And it is following me. I continue telling people. You know, when I make this little argument with my mother about, because my mother is a core Christian, but if I enter argument with her, I'm sure I need the audience. I'm mommy, thank you again, and my father, thank you people for naming me watching it do. The name is following me. If I don't see how it's going. I don't see how my life is going. So you should not underestimate our culture. That's what I'm trying to say. And secondly, so that's in that aspect of she and Deke. So like one that I've said that the other caller should make a little research on it. Yes, let us make all the little research on it, and maybe next Saturday then we'll have a conclusion on that. Then the second contribution I want to take is that like we are saying that like in Christianity, people that say there is our culture that when a new child is born, you know, they will take the child to a seer. You know, they will call it Lydia. You know, Lydia just like a doctor. Doctor Igbo. Lydia Igbo. Lydia have different aspects. So the when the child is born in Igbo land, Lydia na Amara Kalaka Amara Yechi. Amara Kwashi Chiane, we are in Bukatana, Abiyakwana, and they are Chakwa Guardian Angel. Mandify Ndibo, a Canadian Ndibo, Ndibo Akoya, she, as Awa from Malamu, Abialo, China, Chaponia, people are there, Chaponia, that is the lower gods. But in the Chakwa Guardian Angel, they are the same thing. Opia call, forget you, Popo Ibanas. Ndiba Awa, I see Aqua Pony, I see we go more your grandfather or it does not mean your grandfather Jalowa. No more than Shepia because people have made other spiritual gods, gods, so guidance angels, or they take care of us. You guidance angel, but the man I create you. I'm more like this. Just after this one, more Jaleo, more Ethiopia, more Hanyel Colin, and what they are not. I forget to put in the mother. So, our language. Bring it down to normal understanding. I want to get an acclamation for the that is it. Opia call, we want to forget the guided. She can't equate. So, So in conclusion, so I want to thank the DOS, the wise men of our land, what they have done in tackling this issue, because nobody is pointing out on it. I thank them very well. They will bring us a little thing. People will be waiting on it before they will bring out the new thing. Then how I go like but I thank the DOS the way they are following them, and I thank everyone about this. Thank you. I remember how I was watching it.
Yeah, Mazi, thank you very much. You know, as I said, what we are doing here is subject to researches. That is why I don't go into much details about the direct what our traditions say here or there, because the one you know is the one we talk about. What I'm trying to say is that calling ourselves pagans, unbelievers, infidels, you know, this is worse than serpent. It's a division they put among us. a word, a foreign words they brought to our land. And now we started using it to attack ourselves, to slaughter ourselves. Caller on signal, thank you for holding on. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Welcome to the program.
Yes, man. I can hear you.
There we go. Caller on signal, thank you for holding on. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Welcome to the program.
Yes, man. I can hear you.
There we go.
Close to him and release him for us unconditionally, so that Biafra will be restored to him. This is my prayer, socialism, in the name of God.
Please, Mazi, Jonathan, just allow me to make this simple and quick announcement. Fellow Biafran lovers of freedom, IPOB Austria once again reminding us about 30th of May, Biafran Heroes Day, which we are going to host in Graz. It's not Louisiana. We are going to host it in Graz. IPOB family members of Graz is also going to host it. And we should not forget to also begin now to make preparation. Those of us that are working, please, we have checked the calendar, it's going to fall on Monday. Please begin now to ask for free or from your working place, so that we will not have any excuse. It's a day that Biafrans all over the world is going to recognize. And please, IPOB also, we know how formidable and fanatical we are about Biafra. We must make that day a very warm and interesting day. Please, the address of where we are going to meet in Graz is Lazarus Garden number 5. I repeat, Lazarus Garden number 5, 8020 Graz, Austria, and the time is 12 noon. And we have a telephone number here we can contact those of us that are coming from other states. The telephone number here is +43 664 4932 781. I repeat the telephone number again, +43 664 4932 781. You can call this number and get more information concerning this Biafra Hero Day, 30th of May. Thank you, and I've become a true Academy. Bless you on that particular day, and you and your family. Mazi, you know, you and my sister have come to scatter this table. That the white men, they arrange it. I'm thinking that the way they have arranged this table will keep on remaining like that. But IPOB, most especially in this kind of platform, those places you don't want to support the stuff, we go and touch. Because they have done something to us that even some of us today are still living just. Mazi, I saw how your voice echoed when you are talking about this issue of Yawara. I begin to wonder, how can we be asking people far away, 1,000 miles away, to Yawara when our fathers who gave birth to us, our ancestors is here, watching us, asking us to come anytime we have problems. We should ask them to assist us to fight our fight. If not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who came now to appeal to them, to let them know that we've really gone astray, that we are calling them wherever they are. That this is why even our leader, we did the Atonement Day, to appease the land that we really wrong them. Because if I'm a father, for example, and I'm late, my children will be having a problem within the family. Instead of them to ask me, their father, who gave birth to them, who knows what, even if they don't know, instead of them to ask Papa, come and help us, lead us in this fight, they will abandon me, man, going for people to come and help them. When Christian Gregory is helping their people where they are, even here in Austria, where we prophesy, Mazi, these people are giving their people names according to
whatever that family was doing, all that guy was from. If your father is a carpenter, they call you Tisla. If your father is a welder, they call you a name according to what your family is. Because they know the importance of keeping their culture, because they know that their culture is their religion.
Mazi, that is continuity. So that's Ahamefula. That is what it, that is it. And that is what our people don't even, we don't know this, continuity. You can see, for example, a business, for example, a businessman, for example, a restaurant that's owned by a family, a white family. And they will tell you that this business, this restaurant is from, the heritage is from their great, it is in the lineage. They will count it 500 years back. They built this restaurant. They continue maintaining it. Go to our side. Who can continue continuity? One person will come and say now, completely destroy what the family set up. Instead of, because it is very beautiful. Mazi, all the highly beautiful, honestly speaking. When you check, you count how your great grandfather was. Look at how many of our people now are. Why is Oka called Okozo? Is Okozo? Ndị na-akpụ ụzụ, smiths, blacksmiths, well known since the olden days. How many people developed that trend today? In Okozo? How many? Mazi, please go on, please.
Mazi, on this radio Biafra, we will scatter this stuff. You see this table that these people came from afar, arranged that it will remain so. I got to scatter this stuff. It will never remain the same. Anything we are doing now, we will do with our common brain. Even if you are going with thought, you go with your common brain. Nobody is going to confuse. Don't do these people did some terrible things. Even they do something to them, say that they ask Reverend Father not to get married. When I have a human being, one day, I hear a front of Mazi, yeah, may you from a human being. Give up here something, and at the end of the day, if you are Mazi, of this thing, this table, and that means the action supposed to go and touch. We will touch it so that the brain of our people will come back. We will worship this God in spirit and in truth with our own mind, without nobody asking us to do this type of nonsense we are doing in the name of Christianity. How can somebody from thousands of miles ago came and tell me that my own is not good, use this one to replace my own, and most of us will carry it on our head, a child will be born, the mother will call him Chinedu, at the end of the day they take him to the church, they put some more water on his brain and call him Daniel. And the mother will prefer to answer that Daniel and abandon Chinedu. And Daniel will take over the name of the real name that has a meaning. Chinedu, God is leading you. Now Daniel that you don't think you know the meaning of Daniel now will become the first name of that guy. Even when that guy starts to put Daniel instead of writing Chinedu. Mazi, have you seen how gullible our people have become?
Thank you very much. This is righteous indignation, because when you found out that you have been duped for a long time, even in the Bible, when Nehemiah, who was also a prince in Babylon or Persia, he's a Jew that was deported. Whatever he was doing, even in foreign land, he thought that he was getting it right, following foreigners, or foreign system, foreign now champion. Until a time he discovered the old book, the book of the law of their culture. So I was born a novice and ignorance. We have been taught wrong things, following foreign system, following foreign gods. We are rejecting our system. He started showing the book. The book of the law. We are following the Babylonians or the Persians in their system. thinking that we are doing the right thing. Now they came back. It wasn't easy. Many people mocked them. But that, righteous indignation led them into going back to rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, the temple of Jerusalem. Do you understand? So this is what we are doing here, so that our people will enter into righteous indignation. Iwe demma, iwe righteousness, so that you start doing the right thing. Stop demonizing our language. If they call them more, hey, you say it's evil. Awa is evil. But when they call angel, oh, because that's where I know you. Do you see how stupid we are? I say, no, did not go more, and they may see more. All these things, very little things. Even all these things makes even white men they become surprised how easy they use our brain, demonizing our own language. This is very, very bad, and we cannot allow it to continue. It doesn't matter the people that are feeding on this misery. We must uproot it. It's not an easy task anyway. It's not good. It's not going to be easy, but we must do what we're supposed to do. Caller, it's a long haul, honestly.
Yeah, just like just like adding to the fact. What the guy that I put on a little bit on the issue of AK. Mazi, you see, the AK, the symbol, like I agree with him, is, I want people to research again, has to be a female deity, and the vessel, something that spirit, the vessel that that particular spirit uses to manifest physically is the python, the native python. That is not a vacant one. Why am I saying that? In my place, behind where we go around, we don't, we don't want the ancient day. Now, what caught my attention is because that's a female day. Where even it happened not too long ago, it was happening. Anytime I'm on home, that thing now, they let have one idea. When you guys go to the ship, they are over there, they are not on the bed. People on their bed. It's not the true story. I witnessed it. I am much I now, because you represent fertility, you represent reincarnation, you represent spirit coming back. Now, I want people, but I'm not, every time you keep saying something, there's a reason why I'm saying it. I want people to go and take a look at the symbol of World Health Organization. Their symbol is, let me read that again. The WHO symbol was chosen by the First World Health Assembly in 1948. The assembly consists of the United Nations symbol surmounted by a hat with a snake oiling on it. Why do they have to? Because the first time I saw this was a couple of years in America here. I observed and saw that every health organization here, the symbol is a snake. Sometimes it's a double snake. I asked myself, why are they using snake as a symbol? I observed and saw that every health organization here, the symbol is a snake. Sometimes it's a double snake. I asked myself, why are they using snake as a symbol? This when I sinned against God, when they made the golden calf and Moses came back, the God unleashed on them what God used to fight them back or to fight them was they were fighting them. But how did they get their healing? The same God, according to the Bible, told Moses to make a golden snake and mount it in their camp. Anybody that was bitten by this particular venomous snake, if they can come and look at that snake, they will be healed. So there is something about this AK, there is something about snake, there is something about this AK being the symbol of femininity, of our goddess, of creation. Because when you talk about creation, you're bringing life, you're bringing, it will be healed. So there is something about this AK. There is something about snake. There is something about this AK being the symbol of femininity, of our goddess, of creation. Because when you talk about creation, you're bringing life. You bring it, it will be healed. So there is something about this AK. There is something about snake. There is something about this AK being the symbol of femininity, of our goddess, of creation. Because when you talk about creation, you're bringing life. You bring it, it will be healed. So there is something about this AK. There is something about snake. There is something about this AK being the symbol of femininity, of our goddess, of creation. Because when you talk about creation, you're bringing life. You bring it.
Symbol. It is a snake wrapped around something. What does it mean?
A staff.
A staff, yes. You know, the snake, they call that thing kadusi. They call it kadusi. It comes from one distinct. I just see it now. I know this thing before. It's a Greek god of medicine. He carried a rod with a single snake. That is a Greek god of medicine. Now, you know, when we are saying all this, in as much as I'm not an authority in our traditional religion, because as one other said, we are appealing to people to be coming up in order to be teaching. That is it. So, you know, when we are talking about, when we rise up to talk about and the female deity and they met with this, and because it is our culture, people will say, no, I will say, but the same thing in the Bible, they say Holy Spirit and Holy Ghost met with a female and they born Christ, Jesus. Or they highly romancing, you know,
In the beginning, God created heavens and earth. I thought it that book. And then a time came, there was no hope, something happened. The Spirit of the living God came down. I was hovering over the surface of the sea. The Spirit of the living God, that the male deity, came and sat hovering over the surface of the sea. When I did that lecture, I called it the spiritual dance. The Bible did not tell us how long this spirit hovered over the surface of the sea. It didn't give us time. But it was after this communion, the dance, whatever you call it, the relationship between the Spirit of the living God came in from wherever to hover over the surface of the sea. Creation started. Tell me the difference between that and G and AK.
That's it. So what are the point I want to make?
I'm not even that is Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Wanda, let me come in. Wanda, let me come in because there are people that are waiting.
He came out and met with AK. This is AK. This is the female deity, which is being represented by the symbol of this text. Met with her. That spiritual relationship, union, things began to happen. Human beings began to come. Even when you go to continue to read the Bible, it scatters everywhere. So because when we say from our own point of view, perspective, it becomes devilish.
So what I was saying.
What was that started? What was that?
Wanda, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let's just. Wanda, can you hear me? Of course, I have people that are waiting. I have people that are waiting on the calls. So, you know, when we are saying all these details, because it is we call it's our culture, it's our belief system, or part of our belief system. As far as it is our culture, people will start demonizing it. But when they read things, you know, and no details. You want to ask question, they say no, don't ask God question, no, take it like that. It becomes highly romantic, and you know, your emotion come and is take it like that. It becomes highly romantic, and you know, your emotion come and is like that. It becomes highly romantic, and your emotion come and is who is fooling who? Honestly, without our eyes being open.
Mazi, I saw what you just invoked. You said the people of the World Health Organization use it is called the rod of Ascopolus.
Of course.
Ascopolus was the son of Apollo and Neil Coronia. This is a deity. You see what I'm saying? No,
as we are reading it, because it's a white man, it's highly romantic. It makes sense a lot.
This is deep.
Very deep. As we are reading it on computer, reading it on Wikipedia, it's highly romantic. Hey, even if we don't even understand anything, we can ask questions. It's highly romantic. And the snake coiled on the day is a god of this, is a Roman god of, and we are using it today. It is good. But when it comes to our, we start saying no, Ebuneke in our land, no, you don't kill it. No, Ebuneke, hey, no, I don't worship it. Who is fooling who? I honestly. Caller on who is here first? Is it caller on WhatsApp? Caller on WhatsApp, you are here first, please. Caller on Mazi Otesi, please hold on. I'll come to you. Caller on WhatsApp, please. Welcome to the program. Thank you for holding for 22 minutes. It's not easy. Go on, please.
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening.
There, what?
Good evening, the lovers of freedom. I thank you, Mazi Jonathan, for this. Every Saturday topic. I'm a victim of this stupid Christianity they brought to us.
Mazi, please don't insult. I don't want that word. Please make your point. We don't insult people's sentiments. We win our argument through conviction, please, not by insult. There we go on, please.
So I was in one church then. 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 I was in one church then.
This is my home, and I'm home to stay. Get ready, mama, prepare for your freedom. Freedom is coming tomorrow.
We will be be the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, worldwide, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They bring una this informate. Everybody, including human being, minus human animals, clean your ear very well for this important informate. On 27th April 2022, IPOB they enforce the ban on Fulani cow and everything Fulani by fire by force. By this informate, no Ochin Nama and Nama go waka waka for any road or bush in Biafra land, or cow parade, or cross country, whatever it be, catwalk, fashion parade of Nama, jogging and exhibition, sightseeing or excursion, and no more entering of Fulani cows into Biafra land, either by direct or indirect, crook or crooked way again. From 27th of April 2022, any Fulani cow we see in Biafra land don't become a foreigner, illegal immigrant, an occupant, and a wanderer and contraband. Our people wey dey into cow business, we don't switch over to our native cow and goat business, must have ranches, while every ranch must get their ranch identification, initial recognition for easy identification of ranch and location. With the coming of these Fulani caused cows and their Ochin Nama, they use the opportunity to flood their jihadist foot soldiers into our land, who occupy our bushes, rape and kill our mothers and sisters, destroy our farmlands, bans, desecrate our lands, pollute our drinking waters. My brother, which one I go count now? Therefore, to this Fulani come in our land, we say enough is enough. Once again, we say enough is enough to our people using 3 trillion naira to chocolate only Fulani cost cow every year. When no they add any value to our land, only destroy everything. Destroy our economy, destroy our lifestyle, destroy everything about us. You know they understand. From 27th April 2022, any Fulani cow, either by cow jailbreak, misroad or misroad, go face the judgment of the spirits of the land. Make you help us and help yourself to stop this Fulani defilement of our land with their unclean, abominable and defiled cow. If they go destroy liquor for naught, say it no good. My brother, Fulani and their cow now the baddest resident evil in our land of Biafra, and we must checkmate them and stop them before they stop you. Bros, you know the shame? Say person wey hate you like shit, they give you food and you dey chop late. Abi no be poison and death to dey chop when Fulani cow never come. Wetin you dey eat as meat? Dem born you born Fulani cow or una be twins? Since you start dey chop late every Fulani cost animalistic animal, check your health and yourself. You don comot for human being, behave like animal, and your face and everything change, resemble Fulani cow for character, and you dey very disruptive against your people like the Fulani cows. From 27th of April, our special cow ban enforcement task force go do the needful, monitoring, supervising and documenting all ranches in Biafra land. Use your hand to comot monkey handle before it turns to human being. No forget, e go dey play and this one go dey show. No be only audio. Our word is our bond, no going back. This one no be witch hunt, but na to cleanse our land and set it in order. Now the indigenous people of Biafra, under the leadership of Applicative one of our land, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they bring on this message.
Freedom is coming tomorrow.
N'eziokwu, ọ na-abụ ofe jụọ oyi, esitonu ya n'ọkụ ya ha gbara kpọmkwem. Abalị 27 nke ọnwa anọ n'afọ 2022 anyị nọ n'ime ya ka mmachibido nke Nnamdi Fulani ịbata na ịgagharị n'ala Biafra niile ga-akwaso igbodo ma kpụrụkwa ọkụ n'ọnụ. Ndị anyị na-akpa ehi Igbo, ewu maọbụ atụrụ ga-ahụ na ha ga-etinye ya n'ọgba ebe a na-azụ ehi, atụrụ nke nwa bekee kpọrọ ranch n'asụsụ bekee. Ebe ọgba ọzụzụ ndị a niile ga-enwe akara ejirimara ebe ha nọ na onye nwe ha maka ngụkọ bụ ịgba. N'ihi nke a, ndị ọrụ nchọta wike pụrụ iche ga-ahụ na mmachibido a nwere isi ga-amalite ọrụ na-egbughị oge. Ma ịbụ gọvanọ, sinetọ, eze, igwe, chief na-akpa nnama n'aha ndị Fulani, ihe anyị chọrọ bụ ka anyị hazie obodo anyị, mekọta ihe niile, kpara anyị ehi Igbo, wetara anyị ehi Igbo tinye n'ọgba. Nke ahụ bụ nke anyị kpọmkwem. Ka anyị hazie ala Biafra, mekwana ya ka ọ dị mma, ka ọ dịghị n'uche na ịhazi ala Biafra ile mmadụ anya n'ihu adịghịkwa ya o, n'agbanyeghị na anyị na-eji ijeri kwuru ijeri naira ruru 3 trilion naira na-eji ata ma na-asụ adịghị ọcha ndị Fulani ha kpọrọ nnama n'ọnụ kwa afọ niile na-enweghịzi ihe ha na-etinye n'ala Biafra. Emechakwa ha were ego ahụ anyị kwụrụ ha na nnama were gaa zụrụ ngwa ọgụ ha ga-eji wakpo anyị. N'ime ya ha egbuo nne anyị, gbuo nwanne anyị nwaanyị, ebe ha kwasokwara ha iko n'ike, gbuo nne anyị, bibie ọba ji, ala ubi anyị na mkpụrụ akụkụ niile, tinyere mmiri ọṅụṅụ anyị ka ha metọkwara. Anyị abụrụzie kpọmkpokoro tọgbọrọ n'efu, ebe ha na-ajụkwa anyị unu ga-eme gịnị? Heo, ihe asị ya ri otu a ọrịlanụ mmanụ nụnụ. Onye nyụwakwanụrụ na-eji aka enyụgharị onwe ya. Ọbịa mere anyị chọrọ iji ohere a nyụgharịkwana onwe anyị nụnụnụ, maka na onye na-arachaghị ọnụ ya n'oge ogoro eshepụ ọnụ ya nụnụnụ. Ya bụrụ na anyị ji aka anyị na-egbute ụtarị na-apịa anyị mgbe dum. Ọ bụ ya mere ndị nwe obodo na ndị nchịkọta na-ahụ maka ala Biafra bụ IPOB jiri sị mbanụ, o zuola, nke mere emekpuru ekete ọzọ emekwala. N'ihi ya na 27 nke ọnwa anọ n'afọ 2022 a anyị nọ n'ime ya ka nwada ga-afụ ahịa nkwa. Malite na 27 nke ọnwa anọ n'afọ a bụ 2022, nna m ọbụla ahụrụ n'ezi maọbụ n'ọhịa na-akpagharị na-anọghị n'ebe ọzụzụ ya, maọbụ ehi maọbụ atụrụ maọbụ ewu, ga-abụ ihe eji achụrụ ndị ichie aja ma tojuokwa ala. N'ihi na nnama ndị Fulani ajọka na njọ, ma ehi anyị bụ na surugede ewere mpi ya ṅụọ mmanya, ewere ọdụ ya kpaa nganga. Ka ọ dịkwa gị n'uche na agaghị eji nnama ndị Fulani mee ọfala, mee elimozu, mee ịgba nkwụ, nye onyinye. Ihe anyị kwuru n'ụbọchị Eke ka anyị kwukwara n'ụbọchị Orie, kwuokwa ya na ngwukwu ukwu, kwukwa ya na nkwọ nta. Ntị naanị ihe aha ka okpokoroba. Onye ọbụla dọrọkwa n'aka na ntị o, na ebe nwata na-ebe akwa na-arụ aka, ma ọ bụrụ na isi nne ya egbu anọ ya, isi nna ya ga-anọ ya. Nnama anyị na-ajụ na ntị, na-atapịa, raa ụvụrụ ya, mee ihe niile taa nkwọbi. Chai, ịhụnanụ ka o dowara anyị na otu ihu anyị niile ji dịka ihu nnama. Onye ọbụla na-akpazi agwa ka nnama, obere ihe gị sọ mmadụ mpi, obere ihe iwe ewe gị. Ka anyị lọtakwanụ na ejiri mara anyị. Eji na ụdara nwanne atụnyere nwa ose. Ehi Igbo, ewu Igbo ka anyị chọrọ. Ọ bụrụ na ịbụ onye atamata dị n'ọnụ tumuọchị, ịbụ tapias and lopias, ṅụpias na ihe niile, ngwanụ baa ihe ga-egbuwa azụ na mmiri, zụ nwa ọkụkọ Igbo, gbawa nko chewa n'ime mmiri, fụtawa ya. N'ihi na mgbe rice na-adịghị, anyị alaghị eri mkpụrụ shi ewu. Anyị agwakwala gị, Fero ha na-amaghị Josef gakwa ịbata n'ọgbọ. Onye sikwanụ na ngụ adịghị ire, nwanne were n'aka gị gbaa onwe gị oso, mara otu ofe ya dị, marakwa n'otu ngụ ga-adị n'anya gị. Ozi a si n'aka ndị nwe obodo na ndị na-ahazi obodo n'okpuru onye ndu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, oke nwa nke izizi n'ala ọwụwa anyanwụ, na-abịara unu. Osisi hara ọnụ anaghị akụgbukwa mmadụ ọnụrụ ka n'ihu.
Children of God, it is time to sing praises unto the Lord our God, for He alone is worthy of our praise. So clap your hands together wherever you are as you sing His praise. Amen. Amen. Father, to you be all the glory. To you, Jesus.
Announcement. There will be 7 days fasting and prayer for IPOB/Biafrans worldwide from Wednesday, the 11th day of May to Tuesday, the 17th day of May 2022. Theme: Enemy cannot decide the fate of God's children. The book of Isaiah, chapter 14, verse 24. These prayer points and all the categories are all available in all IPOB platforms. So get there and choose the category that is perfect for you. Let us pray. Chukwu okike abịa ma pụrụ m ihe niile. who we trust will grant us our heart desires, which is total freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Biafra soonest. He said, This message was prepared by Evangelist Ozako Agnes Nwokike, Pastor Frederick Clement Nwohia, Pastor Chris Wise, Reverend Owen Ebubechukwu, signed by Mazi Oscar Okeke, head of IPOB Religious Affairs Committee, Umuchineke. Let us pray and Chukwu Okike Abiyama will answer.
Adoration forever. Almighty Nnamdi to you, Baba. Be all the glory. Only you, only you, only you. Be all to you.
This is my home, and I'm home to stay. Get ready, mama, prepare for your freedom.
Freedom is coming tomorrow.
We will be the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, worldwide, under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They bring una this informate. Everybody, including human being, minus human animals, clean your ear very well for this important informate. On 27th April 2022, IPOB they enforce the ban on Fulani cow and everything Fulani by fire by force. By this informate, no Ochin Nama and Nama go waka waka for any road or bush in Biafra land, or cow parade, or cross country, whatever it be, catwalk, fashion parade of Nama, jogging and exhibition, sightseeing or excursion, and no more entering of Fulani cows into Biafra land, either by direct or indirect, crook or crooked way again. From 27th of April 2022, any Fulani cow we see in Biafra land don't become a foreigner, illegal immigrant, an occupant, and a wanderer, and contraband. Our people wey dey into cow business, we don't switch over to our native cow and goat business, must have ranches, while every ranch must get their ranch identification, initial recognition for easy identification of ranch and location. With the coming of these Fulani caused cows and their Ochin Nama, they use the opportunity to flood their jihadist foot soldiers into our land, who occupy our bushes, rape and kill our mothers and sisters, destroy our farmlands, bans, desecrate our lands, pollute our drinking waters. My brother, which one I go count now? Therefore, to this Fulani come in our land, we say enough is enough. Once again, we say enough is enough to our people using 3 trillion naira to chopulate only Fulani cost cow every year, when no they add any value to our land, only destroy everything, destroy our economy, destroy our lifestyle, destroy everything about us. You know they understand. From 27th April 2022, any Fulani cow, either by cow jailbreak, misroad or misroad, go face the judgment of the spirits of the land. Make you help us and help yourself to stop this Fulani defilement of our land with their unclean, abominable and defiled cow. If they go destroy liquor for naught, say it no good. My brother, Fulani and their cow now the baddest resident evil in our land of Biafra, and we must checkmate them and stop them before they stop you. Bros, you know the shame? Say person wey hate you like shit, they give you food and you dey chop late. Abi no be poison and death you dey chop when Fulani cow never come. Wetin you dey eat as meat? Dem born you born Fulani cow or una be twins? Since you start dey chop late every Fulani cost animalistic animal, check your health and yourself. You don comot for human being, behave like animal, and your face and everything change, resemble Fulani cow for character, and you dey very disruptive against your people like the Fulani cows. From 27th of April, our special cow ban enforcement task force go do the needful, monitoring, supervising and documenting all ranches in Biafra land. Use your hand to comot monkey handle before it turns to human being. No forget, e go dey play and this one go dey show. No be only audio. Our word is our bond, no going back. This one no be witch hunt, but na to cleanse our land and set it in order. Now the indigenous people of Biafra, under the leadership of Nwa of of our land, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they bring una this message.
Freedom is coming tomorrow.
N'eziokwu, ọ na-abụ ofe jụọ oyi esitụnụ ya n'ọkụ ya ha gbara kpọmkwem abalị 27 nke ọnwa anọ n'afọ 2022 anyị nọ n'ime ya ka mmachibido nke nnama ndị Fulani ịbata na ịgagharị n'ala Biafra niile ga-akwasị igbodo ma kpụrụkwa ọkụ n'ọnụ. Ndị anyị na-akpa ehi Igbo, ewu maọbụ atụrụ ga-ahụ na ha ga-etinye ya n'ọgba ebe a na-azụ ehi atụrụ nke nwa bekee kpọrọ ranch n'asụsụ bekee. Ebe ọgba ọzụzụ ndị a niile ga-enwe akara ejirimara ebe ha nọ na onye nwe ha maka ngụkọ bụ ịgba. N'ihi nke a, ndị ọrụ nchọta wike pụrụ iche ga-ahụ na mmachibido a nwere isi ga-amalite ọrụ na-egbughị oge. Ma ị bụ gọvanọ, sinetọ, eze, igwe, chifu na-akpa nnama n'aha ndị Fulani, ihe anyị chọrọ bụ ka anyị hazie obodo anyị, mekọta ihe niile, kpara anyị ehi Igbo, wetara anyị ehi Igbo tinye n'ọgba. Nke ahụ bụ nke anyị kpọmkwem. Ka anyị hazie ala Biafra, mekwana ya ka ọ dị mma. Ka ọ dịghị n'uche na ịhazi ala Biafra ile mmadụ anya n'ihu adịghịkwa ya o, n'agbanyeghị na anyị na-eji ijeri kwuru ijeri naira ruru 3 trilion naira na-eji ata ma na-asụ adịghị ọcha ndị Fulani ha kpọrọ nnama n'ọnụ kwa afọ niile na-enweghịzi ihe ha na-etinye n'ala Biafra. Emechakwa ha were ego ahụ anyị kwụrụ ha na nnama were gaa zụrụ ngwa ọgụ ha ga-eji wakpo anyị. N'ime ya ha egbuo nne anyị, gbuo nwanne anyị nwaanyị, ebe ha kwasokwara ha iko n'ike, gbuo nne anyị, bibie ọba ji, ala ubi anyị na mkpụrụ akụkụ niile, tinyere mmiri ọṅụṅụ anyị ka ha metọkwara. Anyị abụrụzie kpọmkpokoro tọgbọrọ n'efu ebe ha na-ajụkwa anyị unu ga-eme gịnị? Hell, ihe a sị ya ri otu a ọrịlanụ mmanụ nụnụ. Onye nyụwakwanụrụ na-eji aka enyụgharị onwe ya. Ọbịa mere anyị chọrọ iji ohere a nyụgharịkwa n'onwe anyị nụnụnụ, maka na onye na-arachaghị ọnụ ya n'oge ụgụrụ eshepụ ọnụ ya nụnụnụ. Ya bụrụ na anyị ji aka anyị na-egbute ụtarị na-apịa anyị mgbe dum. Ọ bụ ya mere ndị nwe obodo na ndị nchịkọta na-ahụ maka ala Biafra bụ IPOB jiri sị mbanụ, o zuola, nke mere eme kpuru ekete, ọzọ emekwala. N'ihi ya na 27 nke ọnwa anọ n'afọ 2022 a anyị nọ n'ime ya ka nwada ga-afụ ahịa nkwa. Malite na 27 nke ọnwa anọ n'afọ a bụ 2022, nnama ọbụla ahụrụ n'ezi maọbụ n'ọhịa na-akpagharị na-anọghị n'ebe ọzụzụ ya, maọbụ ehi maọbụ atụrụ maọbụ ewu, ga-abụ ihe eji achụrụ ndị ichie aja ma tojuokwa ala. N'ihi na nnama ndị Fulani ajọka na njọ. Ma ehi anyị bụ na surugede ewere mpi ya ṅụọ mmanya, ewere ọdụ ya kpaa nganga. Ka ọ dịkwa gị n'uche na agaghị eji nnama ndị Fulani mee ofala, mee elimozu, mee ịgba nkwụ, nye onyinye. Ihe anyị kwuru n'ụbọchị Eke ka anyị kwukwara n'ụbọchị Orie, kwuokwa ya na nkwukwu ukwu, kwukwa ya na nkwọ nta. Ntị naanị ihe aha ka okpokọrọba. Onye ọbụla dọrọkwa n'aka na ntị o, na ebe nwata na-ebe akwa na-arụ aka, ma ọ bụrụ na isi nne ya anọghị ya, isi nna ya ga-anọ ya. Nnama anyị na-ajụ na ntị, na-atapịa, raa ụvụrụ ya, mee ihe niile taa nkwọbi. Chai, ịhụnanụ ka o dowara anyị na otu ihu anyị niile ji dịka ihu nnama. Onye ọbụla na-akpazi agwa ka nnama, obere ihe ga-eso mmadụ mpi, obere ihe iwe ewe gị. Ka anyị lọtakwanụ na ejiri mara anyị. Eji na ụdara nwanne atụnyere nwa ose. Ehi Igbo, ewu Igbo ka anyị chọrọ. Ọ bụrụ na ịbụ onye atamata dị n'ọnụ tumuọchị, ịbụ tapias and lopias, nwopias na ihe niile, ngwanụ baa ihe ga-egbuwa azụ na mmiri, zụ nwa ọkụkọ Igbo, gbawa nko chewa n'ime mmiri, fụtawa ya. N'ihi na mgbe rice na-adịghị, anyị alaghị eri mkpụrụ isi ewu. Anyị agwakwala gị, Fero ha na-amaghị Josef gakwa ịbata n'ọgbọ. Onye sikwanụ na ngụ adịghị ire, nwanne were n'aka gị gbaa onwe gị oso, mara otu ofe ya dị, marakwa n'otu ngụ ga-adị n'anya gị. Ozi a si n'aka ndị nwe obodo na ndị na-ahazi obodo n'okpuru onye ndu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, oke nwa nke izizi n'ala ọwụwa anyanwụ, na-abịara unu. Osisi hara ọnụ anaghị akụgbukwa mmadụ ọnụrụ ka n'ihu.
Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
Before you, proud to be a servant of such a heroic people. Today I stand before you to proclaim that our heroic youth in the various fronts have turned the tide of this war. They have smashed all enemy offensives directed at our destruction. In the air, they have destroyed systematically the sinews of Nigeria's military might. The Biafran Air Force, small as it is, has stopped the entire oil flow of Nigeria from the mainland world. All protestations to the contrary by the British Broadcasting Corporation and Harold Wilson are mere wishful thinking. Our gallant boys are men tempered of steel. They have wrested the initiative from the Gawan enemy, and the Nigerian hordes are in trepidation and on the point of rout. The confusion of the enemy in the battlefields is only matched by the confusion in his home. Fight on, brave boys, fight on, heroes of our fatherland. Pursue the enemy, harass him, destroy the invader. March on, brave boys, now that victory is in sight. March on and hasten the disintegration of the enemy already set in motion. March on, young
fellow Biafrans. On the occasion of your rally to demonstrate your solidarity with the struggles of your kith and kin back home, I send to you all fraternal greetings. As one who has been entrusted with the onerous responsibilities of guiding our young republic through these difficult times, I must confess that it is always a source of deep pleasure and encouragement to me to receive assurances of the support of the people and their continuing determination to persevere until complete victory is achieved. It is, therefore, with feelings of unbounded pleasure and deep appreciation that I salute this august gathering. You are all aware that for over 4 months now, Nigeria has been waging a war of aggression to destroy Biafra and her people. This invasion by Nigerian hordes was mounted because the people of the former eastern region of Nigeria were forced on May the 30th, 1967, to declare themselves the independent state of Biafra in order to assure the security of their lives and property. As you are aware, the people of the former eastern region of Nigeria had believed, as if it were an article of faith, in the concept of a united Nigeria. No section of the then Federation of Nigeria had worked as assiduously for the attainment of this ideal as did Eastern Nigeria and her people. No section had made as many and varied positive contributions towards the realization of true unity. Having over the years spearheaded the movement for closer union, having demonstrated our faith in Nigeria in concrete terms by allowing our sons and daughters to sojourn in other parts of the country, thereby contributing tremendously to the development of such areas to the neglect of our own, it was a hard decision for us to take to opt out of a federation in which we had invested so much. But we had no real choice. Over the years, our erstwhile compatriots had made it clear in unmistakable terms that they did not want us in the Federation. Since the 1950s, our people were expropriated and discriminated against in parts of Nigeria other than their own. Furthermore, the experience of the 3 harrowing waves of remorseless genocide in 1945, 1953, and especially in 1966, involving a total of nearly 40,000 dead and countless others maimed or destitute, provided an object lesson which could not but be taken seriously. Self-preservation is probably the strongest human instinct, and it is this that has compelled the harassed and persecuted people of eastern Nigeria to seek refuge in their own home and amongst their kindred. As a proverb of one of our Biafran languages has it, a man who is rejected by others cannot reject himself. The inordinate ambition of the Hausa Fulani oligarchy to continue to dominate the whole of what was formerly the Federation of Nigeria, the unrealistic desire to acquire the wealth and resources of Biafra while rejecting their people, the mad and homicidal desire to exterminate from the face of the earth 14 million Biafrans drove Gawan and his clique towards unleashing a costly war to attain the unattainable, the subjugation of this young but promising republic. Even with the vast resources of the former Federation of Nigeria with which to prosecute the war, even with the active collaboration of those international opportunists, Britain and the Soviet Union, an unholy alliance of vested interests, even with the attempt to subvert our government by suborning some of our highly placed military and civilian personnel, an attempt which was foiled at the nick of time, Gawan has failed to make good his boast to crush Biafra. A campaign which he bragged would only take 48 hours to accomplish has now dragged on for almost 5 months and will drag on for as long as it takes Gawan and his clique, both Nigerian and others, to realize that nothing can shake the will or crush the spirit of a determined people. If Gawan's military campaign has achieved anything, it is only a confirmation of the fact that Biafrans have nothing to expect but destruction from the hands of their erstwhile Nigerian compatriots. In the few border towns which fell into the hands of the Nigerian forces, Biafrans were pillaged and what could not be stolen was destroyed, while the men were shot and tortured and the women defiled. Even foreign correspondents have testified to the massive killings of people of Biafran origin and a particular ethnic grouping in the Republic of Benin when that young republic fell into the hands of the Nigerians as a result of treachery. Instead of accepting the fact and the truth which they know, that they forced the people of the former eastern region out of the Federation, the Nigerian aggressors have been attempting to dupe the world by claiming that we seceded in order to keep our oil wealth to ourselves. You all know that in spite of our oil and other resources, the former eastern Nigerians were always the greatest advocates of unity. General Ironsi, himself an Easterner, was murdered by the northern Nigerians because of his determination to unify the country. For a people who have made such great sacrifices and abandoned their most valuable investments in Nigeria in quest for safety, this is the unkindest thing to say. No, it is the Nigerian leaders themselves who are in fact guilty of what they accuse us of, and have shown beyond doubt that they are only interested in having our resources and not our people. Our leaders have also attempted to confuse African and indeed world opinion by propagating the despicable falsehood that our independence will be a precedent for separation in other African states. They have not bothered to ask themselves, for instance, what was the precedent for the alleged Biafran secession? The truth is that one secession does not necessarily lead to another. Throughout history, there has been a long list of empires that broke up into nations and federations which split into sovereign states. The Union of Great Britain and Ireland, the federations of Mali, Malaysia, West Indies, and Central Africa are recent examples of this. The disintegration occurred on account of unique local factors or to grave linguistic and religious differences. Biafra, however, remains a lesson to all countries of what could happen if they were to unleash a pogrom against a section of their own community. Amongst other spurious arguments trumped up by the Lagos clique is another that Nigeria is a single interdependent economic unit and that its disintegration would disrupt established market trends and leave the separate economies so much poorer. It is true that as between the regions of the former Nigerian Federation, the economic pattern was one of interdependence, but this is equally true of all world economies which are complementary. But this should not make us to try and force unworkable political units on an unwilling people merely to create a large market. It is enough for both states to enter into trade and technical agreements. With more efficient planning, these separate units could even be made economically more prosperous. This also disproves the argument that Nigeria would not be viable without Biafra. Perhaps Nigeria may be poorer for it, and it should have occurred to its leaders to be more tolerant of people who they now admit constituted their wealth. But the rest of Nigeria has enough potentiality to remain a great and united African state, if only its leaders would show realism and imagination in harnessing their vast potential resources. The Nigerian leaders demonstrated their scorn for African opinion, which they are now trying desperately to cultivate by refusing to accept our calls for a peaceful resolution of our conflict through the good offices of many African states. Even when they had reluctantly agreed to the Organization for African Unity's desire to mediate, they are taking steps to frustrate their efforts. Biafra is no longer asking for anyone's mediation, but is willing at all times, as in the past, to resolve its conflict with Lagos at the conference table. The Organization of African Unity has shown itself insensitive to our suffering and incapable of resolving the crisis. A so-called mediation, which presumes that there is only one side to a dispute and can go to every length to appease that side, cannot be expected to be fair, objective, and just. The present conflict can now be resolved by individual states taking initiative by recognizing our right to existence and urging on Nigeria to abandon her war of aggression against an injured people. Having failed on all scores, the Nigerians have raised the bogey of a minority in Biafra being forced into independence against their wish. This again is far from the truth. Our people irrespective of their ethnic grouping, have shown conclusively their commitment to and support of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Biafra by their sacrifice in blood and contribution to the war effort. The decision to declare the sovereign and independent state of Biafra was a unanimous one made by the chiefs, leaders, and representatives of all communities in Biafra at the Consultative Assembly and Council of Chiefs and Elders. The so-called representatives of the minorities in Lagos have never had any popular backing, were defeated in elections in their own homes during the civilian era, and have since been denounced by their own people. Some of them, like Okoye Arikpo, are themselves guilty of intellectual dishonesty since they were party or sponsors of the constitutional proposals creating the present provinces of the Republic of Biafra in order to allay minority fears. Our people know enough of Lagos and can testify that the massacre of thousands of then Eastern Nigerians was irrespective of tribal affiliation. The bombing and other military brutalities since Biafran independence have followed the same pattern. Having suffered together, they are now united together in solidarity to fight on to victory, to assure a place of honor and respect for themselves and their children. When the Lagos Vandals realized that they were doomed to failure, they, along with their foreign megaphones like the BBC, thought that they could win by pretending to be doing so. They are trying to make the world believe that they have taken Enugu, that the war is virtually ended, and that they are now engaged in the task of reconstruction. Nothing is further from the truth. Our valiant forces have continued to keep the enemy at the few border towns and zones they have captured by treachery. The gallant Biafran forces are now in control of most of Enugu and Bonny and are gradually wiping out the enemy invaders at Calabar. They have also re-entered Ogoja. The Nigerian troops will never forget the lesson of their Onitsha invasion, where thousands of their men were decimated. Our troops are fighting bravely and will continue to do so until victory is won. The Nigerians appear not to know that by unleashing a war of aggression, in addition to several past injuries, they have aroused a whole people against them. This is a people's war for freedom. Biafra has come to stay, and the fact of our independence is irreversible. Ours is a nation of 14 million people with various ethnic groupings, united together by past sufferings and present freedom, and nothing can shake our determination. Conscious of the justness of their cause, and with God on our side, our people are determined to fight to the last man, confident of eventual success. May God bless you all, fellow Biafrans, and keep and protect Biafra.
I will be hosting Mazi, or rather Chief Chiwetalo Ago. Of course, you know him. He need not any introduction. He is a renowned Biafran elder. He is an actor, of course, and he is a Biafran by heart. And I would like to have an interaction, a chat with him this evening. And of course, it all depends on the system, but we trust and believe that everything will go according to plan this evening. So before I bring him in and before I continue without wasting any time, it is Radio Biafra, and of course today is the 6th day of May 2022. The time standing here for 18:47 minutes. Of course that should be round about